souci.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello. Welcome for our first talk of the afternoon in the master stage. Sorry, we are going to welcome SmartSuite on stage to talk about the future of enterprise in NoCode. For that, please welcome the CEO and founder of SmartSuite, John Derbyshire, and Jonathan Ruff, VP of Cyber and Information Risk at Apple Bank. Give them a warm welcome, please.
Thank you. You hear me okay? All right, just make sure. It's a pleasure to be here today. We're going to have the opportunity to kind of talk through just the market in the no-code space and just a little bit, give a little bit of history on SmartSuite and what we do, but the main conversation is going to be with a VP from Apple Bank that has purchased the SmartSuite technology at the enterprise level, and we're going to have a conversation around a number of questions related to how and why the bank decided to do that as well. So let's just jump right in. Again, my name's John Derbyshire. I'm a co-founder and CEO of SmartSuite. I want to kick things off by really just talking about the no-code, low-code space, kind of what that means, how the different products begin to fit into that. Talk a little bit about the origin story of SmartSuite, of where it kind of came from, the idea. I think it's important for each of the no-code vendors have a different perspective that they came from and the products that they built to solve different problems. So we're going to share our perspective and where SmartSuite is coming from. We're going to talk just briefly about the mission and vision of SmartSuite so you understand who we are, and then we're going to spend the bulk of the time with Jonathan here in a question and answer section. Okay. So let's just start with the no-code space that's here. This slide isn't meant to cover everybody that's in the space. It's really meant just to say there's a lot of categories in the no-code space. What's interesting that's happened just in the last 12 years is that there's been this influx of new products that have begun to move into space to solve different problems, but all have this unique idea around no-code. The ability for regular everyday users, sometimes called citizen developers that have process knowledge to be able to build things, make things on their own without the need for IT. What's interesting about this entire category is that many of the products in this category have integrations between the various products that are here. And no-code is becoming known as an integration or a connector type of product category in itself, in that you're not buying a point solution. In many cases, you're buying a solution that can connect with 15, 20, 30 other products in the same category. So that's what begins to make no-code so interesting to so many people, is the ease of use and the ease of integration, those two features combined. That's there. So I'm a big, if you know me, I'm a big origin person. I like to know how people got started, where your idea came from. I think that really begins to shape the products and services that you offer from your perspective. So I just want to share just a couple of minutes about my perspective, how I got to where I am, which is really a focus on business processes. I'm a business process person. When I think about things or have conversations with people in my mind, I'm beginning to break that down and think about how does that process begin to work for you. So my story really begins at Ernst & Young. At a pretty young age, I had the chance to be a partner, run one of their global consulting practices. I had the chance to travel the world, meet with customers, and talk about mainly cybersecurity at the time and how cybersecurity was beginning to become an element that every Fortune 100 company needed to deal with that was there. But what was interesting for me is that's when I got my first big dose of process. Everything at Ernst & Young is a process. Every customer that you go to, you think about the process, you come back, you update the processes or the work aids for the organization. So the next client that anybody in the world goes to, you have what's called a best-in-class process. So everything that I did over the 4.5 years that I was at Ernst & Young was about capturing data from all the customers that we visit around the world, understanding how they solve processes, good and bad, and then sharing that information back in a non-competitive way with other businesses to help them kind of move to a baseline of a best-in-class type of process. I had the opportunity to leave Ernst & Young and start a company called Archer Technologies. This was in 2000. This was my first entry into the no-code space. We built a product, well, I'll give you the problem first. So mainly large banks around the world had an issue with bringing online banking to market. They didn't know the systems, the people, the processes, the technologies, the apps that needed to be secured in order to actually bring that to market. And at Ernst & Young, I had the ability to meet with so many different customers and keep hearing this problem over and over and over, and we would bring a service to bear, and that we would come and we would test things. We'd go away from 6 months and give them a list of findings. We'd come back in 6 months, we'd do the same testing again. So the thought process behind Archer Technologies was, what if that was just a process? Just like accounts receivable, payroll, HR is a process, what if you could manage governance, risk, and compliance as a process? So I spent 3 to 4 months kind of locked up in a room just trying to think through what that process would look like. I had a moment one day where I said, I figured it out. How these different elements fit together across a large organization. I then took that idea to a company named EDS. EDS was about 100,000 employees, mainly consultants around business transformation. They had just won a contract with General Motors to outsource all IT assets and functions at General Motors. So they had a need to understand and apply GRC in that business. So we approached them, had a floppy disk, didn't even have any code written, gave them that floppy disk. So I went, met with the board, put that in, showed them, hey, here's how all these pieces fit together. And obviously they said, we want to buy that. I said, well, that's great. We haven't written our first line of code, so we're going to go get started right away. But what was interesting at that point was that they signed a 3-year contract for about $1 million a year to build a piece of software that they hadn't even seen yet. They just saw a prototype in HTML that was there. So we hired developers at that point and started to build the product. And this is where I began to get my education for no-code. We built the product. Let's say we had a record with different field types, and every time I would visit EDS, which was every week, they would say, could you change this drop-down list to a list of radio buttons, this text field to a text area? Could you add this date field in this location and move it on this place on the form? And every time I would go back to our developers, we would make those changes. And after a couple months, we said, wait a minute, there has to be a better way to solve this problem with them. So we thought about what we didn't call no-code at the time, which is let's let the customers have a template to start with for a best-in-class process. Let's give them all the fields of information. Let's do all the connections, the linkages between the different types of data. But let's allow them to add their own data structures. So we had 10 to 12 field types at that time that allowed you to do that. But let's let you have different display types for each field. Sounds pretty simple, but in the case of EDS, it was something that was changing every week as they were iterating through how they were going to have tens of thousands of people interact with this software and how they wanted to be presented back. So my background in the kind of moving forward from that point was all about no code as a single code base inside of an organization to manage a process around GRC. Fast forward to 2008 or 9, 29 of the top 30 financial services companies in the US were customers, 75 of the Fortune 100 were customers. Like that product really took off, became a unicorn. I think it was Morgan Stanley that I visited in 2008, and they had called and said, hey, we want you to come out to the bank and understand all the different ways that we're using the product and the technology that you built. And we had 9 core solutions that were part of Archer at that time. And what we found was that the bank was using us in the IT group to build what they called on-demand applications, other processes or workflows inside of the bank that the bank had a need for. So they weren't buying point solutions, or they weren't creating their own code. They were using the Archer platform to actually do that. So the vision for Archer began to change in 2008 or 9 to say, hey, we want to begin to move forward to manage any business process in an organization using our technology. What happened over the next year was we had some offers to sell the company that we couldn't pass up, so we sold the company in 2010. The day after we sold, the CEO of the company that acquired us, which was EMC, that's now part of Dell Technologies, came to visit and said, we're not interested in any of these on-demand applications for anything outside of what the RSA division inside of EMC does. So they wanted to take our vision of here and make it just this big. And the reason for that was they owned a company called Documentum that they felt that competed with, right? So fast forward a few years, like that's always been in the back of my mind that we wanted to help manage any business process using a no-code platform, really have a single place for organizations to be able to run their business on one core platform, not the only platform, but one core platform that's there. So that began to be the genesis of SmartSuite as we know it today. So after we sold Archer, I co-founded that with my wife Tara. We started a family foundation. We did a lot of investing in startups, hundreds of startups that we invested in. As I was meeting with founders and beginning to work with them, the common question that came up most of the time was, what products do we need to have in place to help us run our business now across sales, marketing, HR, products, and so, and what products do we need as we begin to scale from tens of users to hundreds to thousands of employees in the organization. So that's the idea for SmartSuite. All right, not hearing me okay? Is that better? All right, sorry. So the mission of SmartSuite is very simple from what I just said. It's the ability to manage any business process or project on a single platform. If you were to take 3 products that are in the space today that you would kind of put together, let me just give you an analogy of what those might be to help you understand what SmartSuite is. So if you took a product like Notion that allows you to write excellent documents in an unstructured capability, almost like a Google Doc type capability. You mirrored that with a Monday.com that was more project management, and then you paired that with something like an Airtable that's more on the database side. Those 3 core technologies are built into SmartSuite by design. We spent the first 2 years as a company working with a large group of developers around the world to build the core technology before we actually released it to our first customer. So this wasn't a let's work for 3 or 6 months and release an MVP and kind of iterate. It was a pretty big lift with all the different pieces that need to be in place that's there. You can kind of see that in the mission here, we're trying to bring together databases, spreadsheets, documents, collaboration, file management, analytics, automation, integration, role-based security, AI, all into one platform. So pretty big lift, takes a pretty large development team to begin to pull all of that off that's there. I don't want to spend too much time here on SmartSuite. I want to get to the fun questions here. But if you want to learn more about what we do, I think there's a session at 3 o'clock that you could attend, a panel discussion where we'll talk a little bit about that. You stop by our booth, and then tomorrow in one of the sessions we're actually doing kind of a live working session and demo if you'd like to see things live that are there. Okay. All right, I tried to get through this as quickly as I could so we could get to Jonathan Ruff. So Jonathan is a VP at Apple Bank in New York. His background includes J.P. Morgan Chase, Bank of New York Mellon, and currently Apple Bank. He's kind of a leader in the space of bringing no-code in at the enterprise level, mainly large financial services company, and we're just going to have a conversation around a number of topics about why he did that, how the bank considered that purchase as they begin to bring in their first kind of no-code product, how they govern and manage that within the organization as well. So here's a list of starter questions that we put together that we'll kind of run through, but there's also going to be some time if you have questions, you'll be able to raise your hand. We'll have somebody run a mic out to you very quickly as well. So sit down here with Jonathan, and let's just start maybe, Jonathan, with probably an easy question of, what was the very first use case for no-code that you saw within Apple Bank, and where did it kind of your journey with SmartSuite begin?
It's working. You just have to speak in the mic.
Just speak?
Yep.
Okay. There we go. All right, great. So the notion really came from the marketing department. They needed to begin automating a lot of their solutions. Very manual, email-based spreadsheets, and a lot of things were just getting lost. We became regulated by the CFPB. Therefore, they needed to have a tremendous of interaction with legal and compliance. All right, so this did not work. It really required a very time-consuming process, and there were so many items that got lost in the shuffle. So they came to my department, information security and cyber risk management, and they wanted to understand what they can do. They wanted to bring in a solution that can automate this. And this was a no-code solution. Smart Suite was on the table. I was familiar with them. And really, that's where it started. And at that point, once it was in the bank and users were using it, it just grew exponentially, right? But at the same time, from my organization and through my lens, I had to make sure that we are secure, right? Because I can't have an application in the bank that I'm unaware of or doesn't have the proper monitoring, governance, oversight, and the controls that are required. I mean, we are a financial institution, and there is absolutely no way that we are going to pass the sniff test with the regulators without reviewing this application. So that was essentially the process of Smart Suite coming in.
Yeah, and can you talk about the departments that it began to expand into once it was in marketing?
Absolutely, absolutely. So as I was alluding to before, there is relationships between marketing, compliance, and legal. And as these workflows were being built out and as they were communicating through the platform, compliance realized that they needed a solution that operated in a very similar capacity, but strictly for compliance. So they had the integration with marketing, but now compliance starts to take it on. And I thought that was very interesting. And this is all from an end user perspective, right? So this application, this no-code application that's sitting, in the enterprise is now starting to gain this unprecedented traction because a lot of the work was done by the business process owners themselves.
Yeah, and can you maybe talk just a little bit about who actually configured the processes? What did you go through to actually build out what you needed?
Yeah, a typical deployment of software is going to be a business requirements document, and it's going to probably be outsourced. This was driven by the business. So the actual business itself was building these processes, was building the applications, was building the solutions that they needed. And it was unheard of because the time to market for something like this was extremely long. So to answer your question, it primarily was the business that did it. And that goes against everything from cyber and information risk management perspective. That goes against everything we do. So it was really like, how are we going to ensure that this doesn't become a shadow IT nightmare, right? And really want to get some true governance around it. But it then propelled into legal. So I have lawyers building solutions now, right? They are building solutions to optimize their processes. And as you can imagine, being in a large financial institution, there's a lot of legal work that needs to be done and a lot that could be automated because it needs a lot of collaboration throughout the multiple departments within the bank. Legal is overseeing all of them. This synergy just swept through. So I believe at this point, we're up to about 5 departments utilizing no-code platform, and we have over 70 users, which is amazing. And we were really, really excited. One of the most interesting parts of this was I got a phone call one day from one of the end users who was building out a solution, and she said, "You know what? This is actually really fun. Like, I'm enjoying this. Like, I'm enjoying building a solution." And I said, "That's incredible. Like, that's fantastic. So keep doing it." And it just organically took off. And it really is just a transformative technology that we, information security, cybersecurity, were able to get comfortable with.
Yep, so you mentioned a topic, shadow IT, that I just wanted to describe for a minute and then let you maybe expand on that, which is, you know, shadow IT is people inside of business units building software that IT is not aware of and doesn't have control around. And in the enterprise, that's something that's pretty new. It's happening kind of at the mid-market in a big way the last couple of years. But what's your thoughts, and what was the bank's thoughts around this concept of shadow IT, positive or negative?
Oh, absolutely negative. It was shut down. There was absolutely no way we were going to do shadow IT. There's too much risk, right? Because, I mean, business units were buying things with corporate cards, right? So there was no central inventory of all of these different shadow IT processes. They're spinning up, you know, S3 buckets on AWS and shoving documents in there, and it's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. We're regulated. You know, we have 4 top regulated, you know, examiners, and we go through multiple exams every year, and not to be able to identify a system and have it fully vetted in our application inventory is a nightmare, and we would end up getting an issue. So we had to shut that down, basically. And what happened by shutting that down is the business stopped innovating, right? So it really slowed the development and the growth of the business tremendously by shutting this down. So there was a huge opportunity to make business run more efficiently, but it needed to be in a controlled fashion.
Yeah, and let's talk about that a little bit. So maybe the first type is, you know, can you talk about the approval process for just a no-code product in general from your perspective at a large bank and the process that they would need to go through?
Yeah, so a typical onboarding process for a solution, especially a no-code solution, which is very new, you know, to a very conservative bank, is going to go through a vendor risk due diligence process where they're going to have to supply all the required documentation, their SOC 2 Type 2s, any penetration tests. We're going to look at their financials. We're going to, you know, go through the typical screening process that we have to go through as onboarding a vendor. And that also entails our rather lengthy 150 question control survey, right? Which unfortunately has to be done because, you know, we need to understand every aspect of it before we can introduce this into the business. And that went through pretty smoothly, which was pretty good. And so that is one of the areas that's directly under me. So we do the vetting of applications. So when this came across the table, we didn't find anything that was alarming. And we were able to get comfort around it really quickly. And we needed to make sure that we didn't have that stigma of shadow IT, right? Because that's frowned upon in any major enterprise, right? You have to have, you know, controls in place, right? If you don't have the controls in place, then you have the risk. If you're measuring your risk appetite, it's always going to be outside of the threshold. So bringing that in was really the magic.
And so I think a lot of people in the room, there's probably some vendors in here that have no-code products that are trying to figure out, do they need SOC 2 compliance to do business at the enterprise level? And what's your thought on that?
It depends. It depends on what vertical you're interested in pursuing. If you're looking to get into the financial industry, absolutely. That is pretty standard. And what it does is basically it it's a process that ensures that the controls that are operating within your application are operating effectively. And these are attested to by major accounting firms that will have a stamp of approval and validate the controls. So it's really very important, right? And that's number one. Healthcare, you know, you have to be HIPAA compliant. I'm not sure how that moves through the UK, but you know, you also have to take into consideration GDPR. I know that's a very hot topic right now. So these are some things that are being, these are all captured within your SOC 2 Type 2. These are captured within your surveys and your different questionnaires. Again, this is not only, you know, a risk to the enterprise, but we have a, you know, a fiduciary responsibility to protect our customers' information. And if this information is getting out into a space where it's unauthorized, we're going to find ourselves in a very bad situation. So legal played a big part in that as well.
Okay, good. So let's talk a little bit about governance, and I think you have a pretty interesting story from your perspective of how you've added products on top of SmartSuite NoCode product that helps maintain and alert you with changes to role-based access that's happening in real time. So can you describe that a little?
Absolutely, yeah, and that was one of the, you know, one of the biggest aspects is that we have to have control over who has access to what data within the system. Another requirement, right, that we have, which is not just a company policy, but it is a regulation, is to have multi-factor authentication and single sign-on. So the ability to integrate with Active Directory, currently we also are leveraging Okta for multi-factor authentication, but we'll be transitioning that over to Azure AD with conditional access policy. So that's really how this is now going from an unstructured model to a very structured model where we can still allow the freedom of creating solutions, but we have the controls to ensure and monitor that the right users have the right access to the right data. And that's done through conditional access policies and centralizing the provisioning process. So we have all the benefits of the tool with the proper oversight over one of the first things is going to be authentication, right? We don't want to have anybody accessing the system outside of the bank. You know, this is confidential information that's stored. So we need to have the right access controls and we need to have the right processes in place for that.
Yep, I think one of the things we talked about earlier that was pretty fascinating to a lot of people was that this product that you have sitting on top of not just SmartSuite in the no-code space, but all of the products that you have in the bank, but allows you to see who has access. You're alerted in real time. Let's say somebody's granted administrator access. You could be alerted and approve or deny that. You could also automatically change that access to what you want on the fly by using their API that's built back into SmartSuite. So it really is real time, and that's what helps you remove this thought of shadow IT, is it's giving you the control over access to data, the governance piece.
Yeah, and everything within that, external shares, external links. So as we transition through the journey of getting off of, you know, a data center and going to more SaaS-based applications, we needed to understand the compliance and the posture management of these applications. So we worked with a very large global vendor that has one of the best solutions I've ever seen that specifically focuses on SaaS applications. We asked them to add SmartSuite to that list, and within a week, we had it on our dashboards. We had it fully optimized, and we were able to see exactly every operation that was happening within the platform. We were able to see any drifts from policy configurations that we didn't set forth, and we were able to have a bidirectional mechanism to eliminate that drift, right? So to bring it back into our posture, to bring it back into compliance through automation. And that was an aha moment. We were doing this with our SaaS applications, financial SaaS applications. Now we're doing this with no-code. I think that this was the first no-code solution that they've worked with, and they're fascinated by it. So we see everything in real time, and all of this information is going back to our SIM. I also manage the Security Operations Center. So all this information is going to a single pane of glass, and our SOC analysts are monitoring all these configuration changes. And if there were to be a significant drift or something that operated or broke within the posturing tool, we would be able to capture that as well. So we really see the full picture of how this is being utilized in a secure manner.
Yeah, I think what's important there that I was hoping that you could describe is that Smart Suite has role-based security down to the person, the record, and even the field level. But if somebody grants access above what you feel they should have access to using Smart Suite, you can control that at the corporate level, just like you do any other product that you have in your stack. Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And that's fundamental, right? So role-based access control is fundamental to any organization. But we are operating on a need-to-know basis, right? We don't want the whole bank to see all of our customer base or our intellectual property or what we're working on. Are we going public or grants, bonds? We need certain authorized individuals to be able to access authorized solutions that are specifically for them. So that's really the crux of it. And seeing that drift, right, and being able to change and conform that back into where it needs to be through automation is just, it just takes a lot of the risk away from what we're doing. And it also eases up a lot of time on my analysts, right?
Are you willing to share the name of the product that you're using just for the group to know?
Sure. So for our security posture solution, we use Adaptive Shield. It's a leading edge security posture management, specifically designed for SaaS applications. And then this is all being fed into our SIM, which is Splunk. Splunk is our central repository. It's where we generate alerts. It's where we do all of our parsing configuration. And we have eyes on that 24/7, 365. So anything that happens is automatically captured, alerted on, and action is taken.
Yeah, and I think there's two great products kind of at this event now, NC Scale and the operator product from NoCode Ops that's here that are moving into that space with a lot of us as no-code vendors as well. But there's also other products that are at the enterprise level that are being they're starting to add no-code products to their list of traditional point solutions that they have.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's fascinating because our whole portfolio of applications are on the dashboard. And now we have Smart Suite there. So when I'm looking at the dashboard, we have our whole Microsoft product line, team, SharePoint, right, and the compliance to baselines, to the CIS standards, right, to frameworks, right, and how it's all mapped, calculated, measured, scored, so we could see how we are, doing against the baselines. And to see a no-code solution there that's being scored, and we can actually go in and understand what needs to be changed what needs to be configured and how we update that. I think it's brilliant. It's brilliant.
Yeah, I think it's just, I just wanted to let everybody know that like this is the next generation of what's happening to allow no code to operate at the enterprise level. And it's happening now. Like it's not, it's been talked about for a long time, but it's actually starting to happen for the first time. There's another piece of technology that you have that's pretty fascinating that I think is a little bit ahead of the curve. I think people are talking about it, but I haven't seen an implementation like you have just yet. And that is the way that you're protecting PII information inside of the bank that's before, as it's being entered into Smart Suite, you are detecting if that data can actually be entered into a product, and if not, you're pulling up a modal and blocking that data at the source, right? Can you share a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we brought in a cloud application security broker, or a CASB solution, a couple years ago. A CASB, think of it as a filter that all web traffic from the corporate network is being filtered through this CASB for malicious threats, DLP. We actually use exact data match, which means it eliminates false positives because we are hashing all of our confidential data, and we're sending that over to our tenant, which is Netscope, which sits in the cloud. That's the CASB solution. So anything that's going out has to go through this screen, right? And if it's going out via email, it's going through an SMTP proxy, and we're either going to say, this is an authorized individual sending an authorized bank statement to a customer. It's fine. Just needs to be encrypted. So we'll inject a header into that email message, and that'll go out encrypted. Right? That's one of the, that's very, very, very interesting capability that we went through. So we took that same set of rules that we've defined for email, for web forms, for containers, and we applied it to Smart Suite. So anytime there's a post or an upload or a request to bring up any information, that request is going through and it's pulling the data from the network, right, our enterprise network, to the tenant. And the tenant's saying, whoa, 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 no, this can't be posted here. This is confidential data. This solution's not authorized to have this. So they're going to get a pop-up that's going to say they're in violation of corporate policy, right? It's a very nice pop-up. It's branded, and it's not too worrisome. And we have a button there that if it is a legitimate process, they just haven't recorded that process, that they can go right into our ticketing system and define that process with the right owners. But full protection against data leakage, full protection against information being in the wrong hands, and we substantially mitigated the risk of any of that data being exfiltrated by unauthorized users.
Yeah, I think what's important there for the NoCode community is that we're under a lot of pressure with GDPR and with HIPAA compliance, and it's so easy to enter data into our products. And the larger the organization, the more concern they begin to have. But this particular solution that Jonathan's talking about begins to solve that problem for all of us that's there. And that's why I think the next big wave that we're going to see, maybe even next year at this event, is you're going to see products popping up within the no-code community that are focused on this, in addition to some of the traditional ones that you're using now that are just SaaS-based.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. I think one last question, then we may have time for a few questions if anybody in the audience has anything. But I'm just curious, from your perspective, can a no-code product actually lower the risk profile at the enterprise level? And if you feel that, like, why do you feel that? All right, and this is a value prop for all of us that's selling into large enterprise accounts.
Yeah, no, that's a fantastic question, and it really solves a lot of problems. As we read, saw, heard over the past couple of months, there's been massive data breaches. They're happening at an unprecedented rate. And that is happening because vendors and sub-processors of your large enterprises are using legacy technologies that have been around for 20, 30 years. The code is not secure. So the threat actors are going directly after the sub-processors, and that's how they're exfiltrating this data. So we have legacy data transfer mechanisms that are internet-facing, and they have zero-day vulnerabilities. It's a matter of time before it gets popped. With no code, you're somewhat eliminating a majority of that risk because you have a self-contained application that's all working with and interacting within itself. Now, you can say, well, what about APIs? What about connectors? That's going to be a problem with anything, right? That's not a no-code challenge. That is a systemic challenge. But there's ways to fix this, right? Review your APIs and make sure that when your connectors or you're connecting with another service, that service is vetted as well. So we don't stop, for instance, our reviews don't start and stop at the application. We want to know where it's hosted. We want to know the interconnections. We want to know all of these interconnected processes and platforms that are working and operating, because that's the only way that we're going to truly understand. And with no-code solutions, you are drastically reducing the amount of those interactive connections. And you're using new code bases, right? And you know, I really wanted to highlight that, you know, the code bases that you're now using, and I know this is no code, but they're very much more secured these days, right? So we're not seeing the vulnerabilities that are getting popped over the past year, over the past 2 years in no code. They don't exist. They're not 20-year-old, you know, good enough, afterthought. This is now a solution that is security focused and it has a security mindset. So I am not having my team deal with patching Smart Suite, right? I don't have to. Microsoft, I do, right? That'll never end. You know, we'll always have Patch Tuesday, and there'll always be a new vulnerability that's exploited. And this is just, you know, the basis of the, you know, of the application.
Yeah, I think what I was wanting, if you're maybe a customer of a no-code platform, to understand is the reason a lot of no-code platforms are building in automations and integrations inside of their core platform, like Smart Suite has about 20 core integrations with products, is because of this, and that larger enterprises want to buy a single platform most of the time that have the core connections that they want, and it's hard for them to sometimes use Zapier or Make or some of the other connectors because they have to go through this whole security review process that he just talked about for another product that has to have a sponsor in the organization. So I think you're going to see more of that for core products around Microsoft, Google, Salesforce, Jira, those types kind of built in.
Yeah.
And you're using Make for, you know, the 4,000 other things, you know, in Zapier that you want to do. But enterprise, we found, has a hard time sometimes purchasing those products along with Smart Suite.
That's right. That's right. But if it's built in, then now we're reviewing one application, right? And I mean, personally, from my perspective, I'm also a user. So I've introduced this into the security landscape and the cyber risk landscape on how we can make our processes more efficient. So I mean, if anything, I would say this gives a lot of credit to this movement, to NoCode, is that as a cybersecurity practitioner, as an information security officer, I'm using this process. I'm using this product, right? So I'm not going to just use anything, right? Because that's basically would not be a good look for me if I had an insecure product. So that's really, I think, the kudos I would give is that if I'm comfortable with it from an enterprise perspective, from my lens, then I think you have the ability to go out there and really market this to the enterprise level. And these are the questions that you're going to get asked. How are you authenticating? How are you controlling access? How are you encrypting the data? How are you monitoring this? Because that's, listen, security first. My motto, security first, compliance will follow. That's me. Other institutions just want to check the boxes because they have to. So if you don't have answers to those questions and they can't check those boxes, then they're going to say, sorry, we can't do this.
So we're down to the last 15 seconds. So it doesn't look like we're going to be able to ask any questions, but Jonathan is on a panel that's coming up in the next hour. That if you'd want to listen in on that, it's going to give the perspective of some product vendors, some customers, some people like Jonathan, some consultants, kind of all together going through that as well. But Jonathan, I'd like to thank you for your time. We're down to the last second here. I think you provided a lot of great insight into how enterprises are going to continue to consume no-code products.
Thank you, John. Thank you for having me. This was great.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here for the first talk of Smart Suite. Next is going to be the NC Scales one. c'est quoi le problème? Ok.
Simax est le premier logiciel de gestion complet 100% no-code. Les modules CRM, vente, achat, stock sont écrits en no-code pour apporter une souplesse unique sans programmation. Et vous pouvez vous-même ajouter ce nouveau champ dans votre ERP. Ça y est, c'est déjà fonctionnel. Simax vous permet de modifier les formules de calcul vous-même et de façon intuitive. Simplifiez-vous la vie en ajoutant des traitements automatisés. Cela vous permettra de remplacer des tâches répétitives et gagner en productivité.
Our team didn't need a new way to work. We needed a smarter way, so we switched to SmartSuite. SmartSuite helps us manage every process in our company. It makes our work simpler, smoother, and, well, smarter. SmartSuite isn't just another task management program. It's a work management platform that allows us to collaborate right where the work is being done. Not only can we assign tasks, set priorities, and manage workflows, we can even track company goals, perform analytics, and share data with different teams and departments. It's super easy to use, totally customizable, and with over 150 templates to choose from, there's a process for every project. It even comes in 15 different languages. Best part? I don't need a million open tabs and random programs just to do my job. It's all right there. We use SmartSuite to manage everything, and I mean everything. Sales, marketing, HR, customer support, product development, project management, just to name a few. With SmartSuite, getting our work done is so much easier that we're getting more work done and enjoying what we do too. It's no wonder our entire company is on board. So switch to SmartSuite and work smarter, not harder. Give it a try at smartsuite.com. Any process, any industry, one platform.
Wherever you are full of ideas. Ideas to change your life, your community, and your world. Our mission is to equip people just like you to become active creators. Now is the time to turn your idea into an app. Let's build something great together. Create custom mobile apps without code on Thunkable.
What if you could push a button and see your website traffic and conversion increase instantly? Discover Weglot and the impact of translating your website. Add a language switcher in minutes and start getting visitors from all over the world with your multilingual website. Easily manage your translations with your team or professional translators. Weglot, the easiest way to translate your website.
Build custom applications for your unique business needs faster using our intuitive drag-and-drop interface. Integrate with an ecosystem of 500 plus applications and perform actions without needing to write a single line of code. Visualize your data and gain insights on the go using analytics. Automate your business processes using blueprints to solve complex issues in real time from anywhere in the world.
Test. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome for our second conference of the afternoon. I'm very pleased to welcome Benoît Desmonts-Éclair, CEO and co-founder of NCScale, to talk about how to build a no-code and AI infrastructure. Welcome, Benoît.
Thank you, Margot. Thank you, Margot. Hello, everyone. Hi, Alexis. Hi, Anthony. Thank you for accepting my invitation. Thank you all for attending our talk, How to Build a No-Code and AI Infrastructure. I'm Benoît, the CEO and the co-founder of NCScale, and monitoring tool and observability product to make your no-code stack reliable. Before we start, I would like to explain why we have been working so hard for 2 years on this product. No-code is a worldwide success because the tools are easy to use. That's it. And we need to remember this before asking too many new features to editors. And that's why no-code tools are missing so many features when you want to push boundaries, such as API weight limit, log, versioning, you name it. And when you realize that even with such user-friendly tool and limited features, you can create a multi-million-dollar e-commerce or an ERP for the airline industry, you might find yourself in a weird, unknown place. You have a weird feeling, a feeling of insecurity. Has anyone in this room ever had this feeling before? Raise your hand. Tell the truth. Thank you. It's like you were cheating at a game and you are not entirely sure that you are allowed to do it. You are cheating with security, with maintainability, with reliability, and with scalability. So I want to be clear with you, you are not alone. And this feeling is normal. You might wonder why Etsyscale was founded. Just like Nike collaborated with Michael Jordan to create the famous sneakers and make him the greatest basketball player of all time. We are, at Etsyscale, dedicated to create the best equipment, to create the best product to this new kind of no-coders. Those no-coders who are pushing boundaries. Thanks to these no-coders, we can announce today that we are our first deep integration with world-class no-code products like Xano and WeWeb, and even soon Zapier. These products truly understood that advanced no-coders required more freedom and more integration to push boundaries. And the future of no-code is going in that direction. And we are part of it. Now, let's start this talk. We have invited the best law and no-coders at this summit so they can share their knowledge on pushing boundaries. Please give a warm welcome to Anthony and Alexis, and we start with Anthony with Good Job.
Hi, everybody. So I'm Anthony, and I will show you now how we scale AI within NoCode at GoJob. So for a beginning, before we start, what is GoJob? There is some information about GoJob. You can read it here. The most important ones is we are in France, we are in Aix-en-Provence. We are in 2 countries, so France and the USA. And we are very proud to be a B Corp, so a social impact company. Oh, it means something. Perfect. So I want to show you our stack. It's important for us to understand the story I'm going to tell you. It starts with automations, and especially Make, who help us to connect different concept each other. So for example, we have our internal tools with our back office, developed by our tech team, our GoJob Data Lab with our artificial intelligence, who help us to match the profile of a worker and a need of a customer. We have data like a data stack, like Google Cloud platform, PostgreSQL for our standard databases, and Airtable or Google Sheet for our no-code tools, no-code projects. We have different fronts like Retool, Bubble, or Notion. We can use it as a front. And we also use services, different services for example, Twilio for sending SMS, Slack to communicate, and the Google Sheet. So the question we asked ourselves was, when we have a new tool like ChatGPT and OpenAI services, where we can put this tool in our stack? And everybody wants, and I think use it like a services. It's a new services, and we try to do it differently. Up. And we try to integrate it as a plugin for automation in Make to do smarter automation. And thinking this way allows us to think about new use cases unimagined before. And I'm going to show you some of these simple use cases who have a big impact. So the first one is the job offer generation. The job offer generation, I think everybody tried to did this one. We have at GoJob customer who want a temp worker, and we need to create the job offer. So we have a marketing team. A big part of their job is just to create this job offer, so write it. And it takes a lot of time. So we decided to automatize this based on information we already have. So we have business managers who are working with our customers, and our business manager writes the specific need of a customer in a form, and we decided to use this form data to generate automatically the job description, and it's based on this information and from a template designed by our marketing team. So our marketing team do not have anymore to write job description, and they can focus on more important, valuable tasks, like the visibility, for example, of this job description, this job offer. The second use case is an automatic contract generation. When we want to send to a customer temp worker, we have to create a contract. It's a legal obligation. So for creating this contract, we need information from different parts, like the client information, the temp worker information. But we decided to focus on one information difficult to take. And this information is the planning of the worker. Today, to have a planning of a specific temp worker, we have a mail with a specific template and just a comment of the customer who say it's a mission from Wednesday to Saturday and the hours associated. And it do not have any specific way to catch this information with unusual information. The business manager takes this information and go back in our back office to create these little things, to fill these little things, to generate the contract planning of our worker. So what we decided to do is to take this comment and put it on Make as an input and ask ChatGPT to restructure this comment as a JSON which can be understood by our automation and our back office. So it's just a thing. It was not possible to think about this before, and it's work. So what's new? It's a new way to think automation. It's great use cases, but it's not so great. So we have to think about some things. So we have benefits. Our automation are becoming core of business. What does that mean? We have automation, and we do not. It's not possible for us to do not control one of the parts of this automation because they are becoming so much important. And the second one is NoCode is a perfect playground for ChatGPT Because with NoCode, we can think about these use cases. We can create them, we can test them, we can iterate on it, update it, talk with the business to try to find a good process, and we can understand really, really quickly and easily it works. Our problem is we do not control the ChatGPT outputs, and it's a big one. So what do we need? We ask ourselves, what do we need? We need two things. We need visibility. I need to be able to monitor my ChatGPT outputs. Everything ChatGPT sends me when I make a request, I need to know the output. The second thing is the alerting. I can't control the output of ChatGPT, but I need to be able to know when something wrong is happening. And I need annotation. I need to be able to find a bad behavior and not information on it to have an impact, an indirect impact into the prompt. And the second one, control. I need to be able to build quickly a prompt, to iterate on it, learn from it. I need agility. I need to be able to test this prompt to understand if the behavior is great. And I need versioning because I want to match an output with a version of a prompt. So, what do we do to scale this process? First of all, we designed a mindset. At GoJob, we want everybody to take benefit of these use cases. But what we want also, the user has to see what happened, and they have to report all this unusual behavior. So everybody is owner at GoJob of this automation and these use cases. So to answer of this the answer of this problem is Aglaé Vision. Aglaé Vision is a tool we build to find easily every output by use cases and by user. And it's possible to see all this output, annotate all this output, and evaluate these outputs, and do some extraction of evaluations. And we designed a new way to design prompt. So we have 3 tables. The first one, with general information, allow us just to adding in our prompt general information. For example, you have to generate a text message or a long text description. A role table for the action of the prompt. So you are managing pay issues. And the assistant, so I'm the assistant of Anthony, I am the assistant of a payroll manager. And after this, we create Aglaé Brain. So Aglaé Brain is our own homemade prompt builder. We can create prompt from scratch. We can create prompt from these bricks, general, role, or assistant. We can update this prompt and have an impact directly in our automation when the prompt is updated. We do versioning of this prompt, and of course, we have a way to test this prompt to see if the behavior is great. And how it's working in automation, in a really simple automation, I take back the use case of the hourly cycle. So I just want to convert a comment to JSON and JSON. So in my input, I just add my assistant ID, so the ID of my prompt, and my input, so the comment. I get the prompt with an Airtable module. After that, I go to ChatGPT, and as you can see, everything is a variable. So the assistant description is assistant 1, system is general, personae, it's the role. And after that, in the user thing, I can add my comment, and after that I have my output, and it generates a JSON, and I can't automatically create the planning part of the contract. So, for finishing, we use a lot NC scale in this use case because, as you can see in our stack, we have different dependencies, and the full search, full text search is really great to find these use cases when we have to update something. For example, in different use cases, we can have early cycle automation with ChatGPT. In Vision, we saw an output, a weird output. We want to check this. I can go directly in NC-Scale, in the NC-Scale tool. The full text search helped me to find all the automation with this use case, linked to this use case, and voila. Thanks.
Hello, everybody. Oh, do you hear me? Yes, you do. Today, I want to talk about quality and how you can build quality low-code architectures with AI and tooling. I think that quality is a subject that we don't talk about enough, and it's a real issue when it comes to no-code. Now, to give you a bit of context, I've been working for the past 4 years on different architectures. I started with a Bubble app, and since I've joined Theodo, I've been going on more and more complex applications. The most recent one is for the biggest investment fund in Europe. It's called the BP. And it's 60 plus developers. There's WeWeb, there's Webflow, there's also a bit of custom in Java and Angular. And as I've been working on these platforms, I've realized the importance of quality. And technical quality is at the center of these companies, not for an innocent reason, but because technical quality is deeply tied to business growth. Now, if you want to know more about this, there's a great book. It's called Accelerate. It is the result of a study by 3 great software architects that are Gene Kim, Jess Humble, and Nico Forsgren that goes into the nitty-gritty details about how quality and business growth are deeply linked and tied. Now, this brings us to low-code. In my world, which is the developing world, custom development, low-code is often associated with low quality and impending long-term doom. Many people in the open spaces where I work tell me, oh, you do low code, you're never going to be able to maintain your apps. And I have to agree that in a certain way, I actually agree with this graph, even though I think we're going in the right direction. So today, what I want to talk to you about is what are the biggest architectural flaws that I faced in low code and how I've tried to overcome them. So to start this, I first of all read a few books about the best software architects and what they were doing. 2 of them are really good, and if you want to know more about them, read them. So it's Clean Architecture by Robert Cecil Martin. He's the same guy that also wrote Clean Code and many things in development that is really known today. And the other one is Become an Awesome Software Architect by Anatoly Volkova. He's a serial entrepreneur that's made millions of businesses go flourish, and I really recommend them. The first things that we want to look at is business metrics, or this is what I call what your CEO is only interested in. It's cost, build time, performance, and features. When it comes to this, low-code is very clear in what it offers. You have low cost, low build time, performance is, well, what it is, and features are the ones that are available. So I'd say that, at least on this one, it's kind of fine. The next one is collaboration. Is it easy to hire? Now, when I see the event that is happening right now, I feel as though hiring isn't going to be that much of an issue on these tools. There's also developer experience, and do these things enable multiple work streams of development? Is it possible to collaborate on these tools? Now, editors over the past year have made great leaps in terms of the quality of collaboration. They've allowed things like branching, like in-code live editing, that have really helped us collaborate inside these tools. The next thing is iteration. Is the code reusable? Am I going to be able to make my code evolve in the long run? Now, plugins are a bit of an issue, and that's why I would be a bit like, this isn't the best thing, but the vendor lock-in situation has really gotten better. Many tools have either gone open source, or they allow you to export code, which means that in the long run, if you really have issues, you can take the code, build with NoCode, and do more with them. And we've done this already a few times with WeWeb. It works extremely well. So now that we see this, well, I've only said pretty good stuff. So this is the one where I think that we have a lot of issues, and that is stability. Today, in terms of monitoring, testing, security, and hosting, there isn't a lot done for us, and as a developer, it's super frustrating to use no-code because of this in the run phase. So I'm going to talk about stability in 2 points. The first one is stability while we're building, and it's going to have to do with tests. NoCode is renowned to have little to no environment for us to be able to test, so that's the first thing that I'm going to do. And once we'll be able to build, I'm going to look at the run phase and monitoring and how we can monitor our applications a bit better. So let's talk about the first pane. And I'm going to tell you a little story. A few months ago, I was working on a private equity company. And this private equity company had an app with two personas that could communicate with them. One was administrators, and the other were counselors. And they asked me to do something quite simple. I want a new persona. So like most good developers, I audited my application, and I was like, what do I need to change? Now, at the time, it had been about 5 months that I'd been developing this application, which, by the way, it's this stack. So we web Xano with a custom CMS for content management called Strappy, and a custom SSO for authentication. And I had to change about 80 endpoints or more in Xano and about 10 or more pages. So I made all the changes, and I tried to use the debug functions in the tools like WeWeb Xano, hoping that I had done my best job. But what had to happen, happened. I pushed into production, and 2 hours in, I was getting phone call after phone call after phone call. Now, this was at a time where my client didn't have a lot of money, so he didn't pay me to have things like backups. So I couldn't just revert the changes. I was stuck with them. It took me about 4 days to fix. A lot of sleepless nights of me thinking, when is this going to be over? Because every single hour a new bug was being declared. And a very stressed client to fix too, which can be very complicated when they're used to normal quality and code quality, where this doesn't happen so often. Now, as this was happening, I was thinking to myself, well, it shouldn't be my responsibility to think of everything. When I'm coding, I let the machine do most of the work, because I don't want to have to think of everything. It should be the machine's job to do that, and not mine. With NoCode, it's a bit of a black box. We don't have access to the code. So the first thing that I thought of was end-to-end tests. For people who don't know what end-to-end tests are, it's the way to simulate as a user. You don't need to know the code base. It's basically like if there's a button and I click and I go to another page, that's what you're going to check. So I tried to put this into place. The first thing that I found is the pay-to-win solution. It's using a SaaS that leverages AI and that creates end-to-end automatically. Now, this SaaS is really good, but for every single test, you're going to be paying $40 per test per month. Now, if they weren't ready to pay backup versions, there was no way that I was going to implement this on my tool. So the second thing I did was, well, I'm going to set them up myself. I'm a developer, I can do it. So I created my code repository. I added Cypress. So Cypress is a library that allows you to write end-to-end tests. Then I wrote my end-to-end test using ChatGPT, thinking that I was super smart because I wasn't coding that much. Then I ran the tests, and then I stored the code for the next iteration. This took me about 4 hours to do, and at the end I was pretty satisfied with what I've done, but I still thought to myself, this is very developer-y. And so when I sort of was like, well, is it really worth it? The SaaS option was very effective. I didn't have anything to do. There was no burden on my mind, but it's very expensive. And on the other end, when I did it myself, well, it's less expensive, but I'm still spending time developing it, which is bad, and it's only for developers. And when I think of low-code, I want things that anybody can use. I'm not interested in doing things just for myself. I want to empower my team. I want to empower my coworkers. So I thought, well, I need to find something for them. And if end-to-end tests aren't accessible to every single citizen user, maybe I can find a way to at least test my APIs. The logic behind this was that behind APIs, you can find the data layer, and it's the first thing that I want to protect. I want to make sure that nobody can access my data or modify my data. It's more important than having my UI broken in the front end. So I put this into place, and I found something. And I'm going to be presenting a tool called Postman, which is a very known tool in the developing world, and how you can leverage AI using Postman. So Postman works like this. The first thing that you type is the URL. So this is my Xano endpoint, and I'm contacting the /auth/login. /auth/login is the endpoint that's called when you're entering your username and password. In Postman, you can add parameters. So here is my email and my password. And then you have the response, which here is invalid credentials. Now, of course, I didn't want to share with you my real password, so don't worry, it's not broken, it's normal. And when I present this, you could be thinking to yourselves, well, this is basically what debug functions do. My Xano functions, I can do this. I can write parameters, and it gives me the response back. So why is this useful? It's useful because I can generate tests, and I can have test cases, which means that on every single one of my Xano endpoints now, I can have access to more information that I can't have in the tools that I use on a day-to-day basis. And the Postman AI allows me to write a number of tests that looks like this once you run them. So if you log every single one of your Xano endpoints into the tool, you have access to a full list of test suites where you can have a lot of information about every single one of your endpoints. Now you can also see that I have response time and that you can test the performance of routes too, which is another information that I was lacking at the time. So this is really cool, but for those of you who are most techie, you'll know that there's an issue with Postman. The URL that I was writing was my production URL, which means that at the moment, if I do this, the moment where I'm detecting bugs is in production. So the number of real users that are impacted are still every single one. And this doesn't stick well with me. I want to be in pre-production or any environment before, because there's no reason to test bugs if you're testing them in production. Now, this is why I'm very happy that editors over the past year have made great advancements in the quality of their products. And these are the kind of things that I've been asking them to release for quite some time. The first thing is branches. Branches allows you to have different environments, and for every time you create a new branch, you get a new URL, which means that now I have a URL which isn't my production, so I can test before production. Now, there's still an issue, though, is that the data that I'm manipulating is still production data, and I don't want that. I want a test environment where I'm testing before production on data that only me sees and not my clients. And they've released this too. So Xano has test data. Other things have too. Retool, you can do this with Retool, you can do this with Airtable. So it works really well, and now you have environments, and it's easy to test. If there's one thing to remember, it's that as a developer, you want to keep most of your strength for the tasks that actually give you value. And this is something that we find a lot in lean culture. Lean culture, it's deeply linked that you must let the machine do everything that the machine can do, and you don't want to have the responsibility. It's a way of respecting yourself to let the machine do things for you. So, oh, I forgot a slide. I implemented this on my stack, and since then I've had no bugs in Xano. And other developers that aren't me, that are no-coders, have also done this. And the number of bugs on Xano, so I've been tracking them for about a year. We implemented this 6 months back. It's been divided by about 4, which is great, according to me. The second thing is monitoring. Now, I was talking to an IT director of a French industrial group that does about 100 million a year. And he told me, I want to redo my entire IT system. But whatever you do, I want information about analytics, user information, what are they doing, where are they going. I want to have loggings and bug detection, super easy. I want to have performance metrics. Is my app going well? And this even after the build time, because once you're in run, you never look at your application again. And if a page starts charging in like 500 seconds, you won't know about it if you're not building. And the last thing is dependencies. As architectures get bigger, you don't have one tool. You have 3 tools, 4 tools, 5 tools. At the BPE, it's a microservice architecture, which means that there are 22 different tools that are used inside the BPE. And if you don't know what's communicating with what, there is no way that you're ever going to be able to maintain this in the long run. So what I did is that, well, first I freaked out because I had no idea how to do this. And then I looked at sort of the state of what I knew how to do. And this is what it looked like. Now, analytics has been solved for quite some time. Editors, like Bubble, have already implemented this quite a long time ago. And you can connect other tools that are known in the software environment very quickly. So at the BPE, we connected Amplitude with WeWeb very easily. For generally, we connected Google Analytics. And honestly, you can find tutorials online that do this really well, so I'm not going to go over it more than this. But do it. The second thing is logging and bugs. Today, what we have that is available to us is this type of workflow. In every single one of the workflow that you're building on your tools, be it Bubble, Airtable, whatever, you can set a thing that says that on fail, it sends me a Slack message with the error. And this is what most people today are using. The thing is, you have to do this on every single workflow, on every single API endpoint, and on every single tool. And this is what is so annoying with this, is that the readability of your code goes down, because every single time you're coding, you have to implement this on top. And in the long run, when you have 300, 400 API endpoints, this is so much code and so much time that you're using to do something that is very easy to do and that you shouldn't be doing yourself. Now, what would I want? The thing that I would want is a centralized tool that sort of recaps every single tool and where I have the metrics for all of them in one place. For an IT director, this is invaluable. Because, as I was saying for the BP, he has 23 different services. He's not going to log into 23 different services to know what's happening. And these kind of tools, they exist in the coding world. The most known ones are Sentry, Datadog, and HyperDX. So if you ever want to do this, the first two are super expensive. The third one is an open source variation that's really good. Look into that one first if you don't have a lot of budget. And they integrate with every single coding tool today that's available on the market. Now, as I said at the beginning, I was working with Bubble, and NCScale was actually answering the problematics that I had with my IT director. I had observability, I had security and quality, and I had monitoring, and it was really well done. I had the same quality that I had when I was using coding tools. The issue is, well, this was only on Bubble at the time. And it didn't exist on the tools that I were using, which was WeWeb, Xano, Retool, and Airtable. Even though Airtable it did exist, I just didn't use it. So 2 weeks ago, Benoit called me, and he said, I've got a Xano integration with monitoring. And I was like, well, I don't have everything that I want, but I need to test this, because I'm looking for this, and I want to have more feedback to give to the IT director. So I tested it on my private equity app, and this is what happened. It took me about 10 minutes to integrate, and I was able to remove about 50 snippets in Xano. Now, I only removed 50 because I'm a bit of a lazy developer, and I had stopped doing the workflow one error. It was just too annoying. So on top of that, what's good is that it does it for you on workflows where you're too lazy to do it yourself. And it's even better for citizen developers, because since they aren't always familiar with how these kind of things work, they don't have to think of anything. Everything is done for them. The second thing, and it's the second reason why this is so good, is that I have consistent error detection, and the granularity on the type of bugs that I get is much better than before. Before, it was basically, if I've got an error, send me a Slack message, always the same. Now, I can put out observers where I know exactly what's happening, if it's linked to authorization, if it's linked to a problem in the business logic. So I have much more granularity on what I can find in terms of information, and that is what is really useful to me as a developer. So, hooray, some of our issues are fixed, and even though in the run phase everything hasn't been done, I know that Benoit and his team and other people are also working on this so that we have a tool that can finally monitor entire applications and very complex architectures. So the question that I want to kind of answer is, how far away are we from good low-code quality? If I had done this talk about a year ago, I would have told you on one of the first slides where I said, what do software architects look at, that collaboration was bad. Because we didn't have branching, we didn't have test environments, and all of those things are really so important when it comes to collaboration that I couldn't say to people, I want to use low code with these architectures, because the moment their teams would have scaled, it would have been unable to use these tools. The same goes for code reusability. Since then, now we have design systems, we have functions. There are many more things that have been put into place by editors so that we can reuse code and evolve quicker. So what I believe is that the testing suites, for example, will be integrated one day in Xano. And I've been talking to Prakash, who's the CEO of Xano, and it's something that I know that they're interested to look at, and they probably will work on in the next year. Now, we still need tools that help us in the run phase, but currently I think that NCScale is on its way to be the biggest editor when it comes to monitoring, and that soon they will take over the industry, the low-code industry, when it comes to huge apps and monitoring. So finally, as a developer, this is a bit my hot take. What I believe will change about the software development ecosystem in the years to come. Currently, if you don't have the when the quality isn't good enough, you have to default to custom code. It's the only option that you have. But a few years from now, I think that low-code tools would be on the same par of quality when it comes to custom code. And so the way that we think products and that architects have to think about building low-code architectures, or maybe just architectures as a whole, will change. If the features that you want to implement exist in a low-code tool, we'll use it first, and we'll only add custom code later, instead of having custom code to come first and low-code for the sort of anecdotal things where you don't need monitoring or anything that I've talked about. Thanks a lot for having listened to me. If you want to know more about this, I've put a few references to go further. And you can always send me an email or contact me if you want to talk to me about quality or architectures in general. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, Alexis. Now we have 10 minutes to answer to your questions, so do not hesitate. It's so insightful to listen and to your experience as advanced no-coders, and I hope that you learn a lot today. So be free to ask as many questions as you want to these new no-coders.
In English. Hello, my name is Laurent. I'm head of engineering at ChargeGuru. I wanted to know how you handle the concurrency on your scripts. I understood everyone is a company's owner on your automations. How do you handle having so many people working on several scripts and potentially rewrites something that has written someone else? How do you handle that? Without versioning, or with NC scale, how do you handle working on a lot of scenarios with a lot of people simultaneously?
We test it.
You test it?
Yes, directly in our tools. When I show a slide with what we call brain, and in this environment, we can build and we can test our use case, and we can test with the user, the final user, and ourselves to see if the behavior is okay. And what we did also, we can regenerate, we can generate automatic tests with what we call a library of input to see if the behavior is great for, I don't know, maybe 50 examples.
We have another question here.
Thank you both, gentlemen. That was really insightful and helpful to all of us. I was hoping that you might be able to go back to the end-to-end testing, right, that you were describing as still being tough on the developer side, and more broadly, what you find to be the next challenge, right, of things that are still hard, even in the context of having integrated NC scale as of where it is today.
So when it comes to end-to-end testing, there are a few tools that are coming out that are when you can follow user by clicking. I'm thinking of Playwright that has this sort of I don't know if it's AI or if it's just a sort of visual a UI interface to do this. I think that's the next challenge that really needs to be focused on so that we have good end-to-end testing. If what I think is the hardest today is mostly the dependency part, and I've been talking to Benoit quite a lot on that. When it comes to Bubble, what's very easy is that the front, the back end, and the database is in the same area. And when you start to decouple and have modular approach to architecture, dependency becomes much harder. Now, at least for citizen developers, there's a way for us to do this by sending in different queries, parameters, so that we can track users. But it gets quite technical very quickly, and we'd need to have a tool that sort of integrates that quite easily.
Thank you very much. It was really insightful. I wanted to know, what about documentation? How do you propagate the information? How do you teach your team to be able to use all these tools or have the best practices with regards to security? Well, the question is for the three of you. Thank you.
I think you are the best to answer to this.
So this is actually super interesting. Documentation is an issue that we have all the time. I don't know if WeWeb is here, but I know that WeWeb are working on an automatic documentation that will be built instantly by taking a snapshot of your application. So that's something that will be useful for documentation purposes. Today, what I do in terms of training is that, so at Theodore we have lots of instances where we teach developers best practices for hours on. I've also done what we call dojos or training sessions that are like 2-3 hours so that they know what the best practices are. And I keep a quite rigid approach to reading code and to equivalent of what we would call pull requests in the reading pull requests in the development world, which is basically going over apps, making sure that I'm always with my teams to sort of have hand-on-hand experience with them.
And for ourselves at GoJob, we have a base of knowledge, and every time we have something to share. So we have a lot of documentation, but we have designed a good way to do documentation. For example, we have functional documentation to explain what the workflow do, for example, or technical documentation specifically for product builders, where we go inside the automation and talk about a specific formula or specific behavior of an automation. And in this base of knowledge, which is in Notion, when we learn something and we want to share with it, we write it directly in this base of knowledge, and we also have rituals as well. We can share, for example, we see each other every week to share all these good practices and be careful to do the same thing everywhere.
And in code, you add many comments inside your code. And I think we need to use the same way in NoCode. You have so many documentation features inside all NoCode tools. On Xano, on WeWeb, on Bubble. You have notes, you can add comments. On Airtable, you can add a description for each field. But it's not enough, because you don't have the big picture. And that's why we worked hard on the dependencies with NCScale, is to be able to find all where are the things in your NoCode infrastructure. And for example, for Airtable field, where it is used in my entire scenarios. And so we did something universal for this. So you can search anything, so it is a full text search that Anthony said. And so you have the documentation inside each tool, and you can use full text search to just find the dependencies. And so if you want to search for one feature, just by one search, you can find all the scenarios, all the things in your NoCode assets that are used for this feature. So it is a good workaround to use NoCode documentation native features plus a dependency search to better understand if you didn't build it or if you just forget how it was built.
If I can complete what you say, in all NoCode automation, we have to interact with Postgre databases or BigQuery databases, and we have a lot of dependencies with the developers and our internal tools. So the full text search is really helpful when we have PostgreSQL requests in our automation, because we can easily find a dependency not inside our NoCode ecosystem, but with all of our ecosystems, so all databases. So it's really great.
You are pushing boundaries.
We have time for one last question.
Hello, thank you for the talk. Two things. First thing about documentation. I think we should all share our best practices, because documentation is not only documentation. If, for example, your Airtable automation. It's like making a map of all your services, all your processes, everything, which is going maybe a little bit farther than NCScale. So this is the first thing. So I think we should create some kind of, I don't know, maybe inside the community to discuss and to show what we've done, because I did almost the same thing as you did, maybe not the same way. And I would be interested in knowing exactly what you did and why you did it. So that's the first thing. A second thing, the problem is when you have an hybrid architecture between code and no code, because you end up having tools for no code developers and tools for code developers. And personally, I don't want that. I want to use only one platform, and code is no code is the same thing. So I use NCScale. I'm very happy with it. But at the same time, I can't use the same tools as our developer use it. And this is a problem because we just duplicate stack. So we have to find some kind of, I don't know, way to communicate, to do things in different ways. So I don't know if you have this kind of problem, but in my case, it is a problem because we duplicate everything. So we duplicate the knowledge, and we have to explain everything, and we can use the same tools. Thank you.
Have you a final word for this?
So I have the same problem that you do have with two tools interacting in hybrid architectures. It's something that I haven't solved at all. I'm already trying to have one for the entire low code and one for the no code, for custom code. But I totally agree with you. It's a great SaaS idea if anyone wants to do that. So yeah, basically it's a real issue for me too. I just haven't solved it yet.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to have a 30-minute break, and after that, it's going to be App Farm. Alors, je sais pas si vous m'entendez en régie.
team didn't need a new way to work. We needed a smarter way, so we switched to SmartSuite. SmartSuite helps us manage every process in our company. It makes our work simpler, smoother, and, well, smarter. SmartSuite isn't just another task management program. It's a work management platform that allows us to collaborate right where the work is being done. Not only can we assign tasks, set priorities, and manage workflows, we can even track company goals, perform analytics, and share data with different teams and departments. It's super easy to use, totally customizable, and with over 150 templates to choose from, there's a process for every project. It even comes in 15 different languages. Best part? I don't need a million open tabs and random programs just to do my job. It's all right there. We use SmartSuite to manage everything, and I mean everything. Sales, marketing, HR, customer support, product development, project management, just to name a few. With SmartSuite, getting our work done is so much easier that we're getting more work done and enjoying what we do, too. It's no wonder our entire company is on board. So switch to SmartSuite and work smarter, not harder. Give it a try at smartsuite.com. Any process, any industry, one platform.
Syndicat est le premier logiciel de gestion complet 100% NoCode. Les modules CRM, vente, achat, stock sont écrits en NoCode pour apporter une souplesse unique sans programmation. Et vous pouvez vous-même ajouter ce nouveau champ dans votre ERP. Ça y est, c'est déjà fonctionnel. Syndicat vous permet de modifier les formules de calcul vous-même et de façon intuitive. Simplifiez-vous la vie en ajoutant des traitements automatisés. Cela vous permettra de remplacer des tâches répétitives et gagner en productivité.
Wherever you are full of ideas. Ideas to change your life, your community, and your world. Our mission is to equip people just like you to become active creators. Now is the time to turn your idea into an app. Let's build something great together.
Create custom mobile apps without code on Thunkable.
What if you could push a button and see your website traffic and conversion increase instantly? Discover Weglot and the impact of translating your website. Add a language switcher in minutes and start getting visitors from all over the world with your multilingual website. Easily manage your translations with your team or professional translators. Weglot, the easiest way to translate your website.
Build custom applications for your unique business needs faster using our intuitive drag-and-drop interface. Integrate with an ecosystem of 500+ applications and perform actions without needing to write a single line of code. Visualize your data and gain insights on the go using analytics. Automate your business processes using blueprints to solve complex issues in real time from anywhere in the world.
Our team didn't need a new way to work. We needed a smarter way, so we switched to SmartSuite. SmartSuite helps us manage every process in our company. It makes our work simpler, smoother, and, well, smarter. SmartSuite isn't just another task management program. It's a work management platform that allows us to collaborate right where the work is being done. Not only can we assign tasks, set priorities, and manage workflows, we can even track company goals, perform analytics, and share data with different teams and departments. It's super easy to use, totally customizable, and with over 150 templates to choose from, there's a process for every project. It even comes in 15 different languages. Best part? I don't need a million open tabs and random programs just to do my job. It's all right there. We use SmartSuite to manage everything, and I mean everything. Sales, marketing, HR, customer support, product development, project management, just to name a few. With SmartSuite, getting our work done is so much easier that we're getting more work done and enjoying what we do, too. It's no wonder our entire company is on board. So switch to SmartSuite and work smarter, not harder. Give it a try at smartsuite.com. Any process, any industry, one platform.
Syndicat est le premier logiciel de gestion complet 100% no-code. Les modules CRM, vente, achat, stock sont écrits en no-code pour apporter une souplesse unique sans programmation. Et vous pouvez vous-même ajouter ce nouveau champ dans votre ERP. Ça y est, c'est déjà fonctionnel. Syndicat vous permet de modifier les formules de calcul vous-même et de façon intuitive. Simplifiez-vous la vie en ajoutant des traitements automatisés. Cela vous permettra de remplacer des tâches répétitives et gagner en productivité.
Wherever you are full of ideas. Ideas to change your life, your community, and your world. Our mission is to equip people just like you to become active creators. Now is the time to turn your idea into an app. Let's build something great together.
Create custom mobile apps without code on Thunkable.
What if you could push a button and see your website traffic and conversion increase instantly? Discover Weglot and the impact of translating your website. Add a language switcher in minutes and start getting visitors from all over the world with your multilingual website. Easily manage your translations with your team or professional translators. Weglot, the easiest way to translate your website.
Build custom applications for your unique business needs faster using our intuitive drag-and-drop interface. Integrate with an ecosystem of 500 plus applications and perform actions without needing to write a single line of code. Visualize your data and gain insights on the go using analytics. Automate your business processes using blueprints to solve complex issues in real time from anywhere in the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again. For our penultimate conference of the day, I'd like to welcome on stage AppFarm with the talk Scaling Up with AppFarm, Create, Unleashing the Power of No-Code in the Enterprise. For that, we have Simon Larsen, CPO and co-founder of AppFarm. Please give him a warm welcome. And he'll be joined on stage by Aaron Beaton, who's the product management of AppFarm. Give him a warm welcome as well.
Hello. Alrighty. We're pretty excited to be here, back in Paris again. Last year we had a really good time, so yeah. Let's get started. All right, so yeah, my name's Aaron Beaton. I'm a senior product manager at AppFarm, and with me I have Simon Larsen, who's our chief product officer and co-founder. And today we're going to take a look at the influence that no-code is having in the enterprise. We're going to dive into some pretty cool examples, and we're going to take a look through what it is that enterprises are looking for in a no-code platform, and obviously give our AppFarm perspective on that. Okay, so who is AppFarm? Anyone heard of us before? Yes? A few hands. That's good. Yeah. So we're a Norwegian company based in Oslo, and we make a full stack no-code development platform called AppFarm Create. AppFarm was founded back in 2017 by two childhood friends, Simon and Ola. And now we're almost 50 people, 40% of the team is women, and we have 13 different nationalities.
Thanks, Aaron. So, when we wrote the first lines of AppFarm Create, actually at my kitchen table, we saw a pretty immature no-code, low-code market, but one with enormous potential. So we set out to create a no-code platform that would solve the most intricate problems in terms of software challenges faced by businesses. And now, 6 years on, the market has obviously matured, if you see all the actors here today. And companies are much more willing to add no-code platforms to their toolkit. And AppFarm Create has also grown up, I would say, molded by our experience when we work with a lot of customers creating all kinds of different no-code solutions. And in particular, we've seen an acceleration in the adoption of no-code in the enterprise. And that is what we are going to share today with you. We will have a look at the most demanding enterprise customers and how they access no-code tools and how we tackle those requirements.
Alrighty, so no-code in the enterprise. You're probably thinking something like an internal tool to streamline operations, or maybe some kind of customer data edit and sync. Okay, and they're all great use cases. But today what we want to show you is that we have AppFarm built no-code apps out in the real world, solving mission critical problems in harsh conditions. Okay? We've seen one particular industry really embrace no-code, and that's building and construction. We've worked together to enable some really cool solutions, but also really important ones. And what's cool is that we don't see any ceiling as to what we can achieve. So yes, there are still some use cases that can't be solved by no-code, but we see that they're becoming fewer and fewer. So to kick us off, we're going to show a video from one of our enterprise customers, Skanska, and how they use AppFarm Create. They're one of the largest development and construction companies in the world. They actually use AppFarm in several different areas of their business, but here we're going to focus on how they use apps to support their challenging tunneling activities. And specifically a solution called Spring.
I think it was several things that initiated the project, because we had support software for all blasting operations. So we actually saw that the software didn't support the safety process needed when you're handling explosives. We wanted to have like a software that streamlined that process, that ensured like the user had all the digital support in every step before he execute the dangerous operations while blasting. That's something we like tested and also had demands for App Farm. Now it's ready and now it's working with full offline support and user authentication when you are offline. What we have in Skanska, we have our own surveying department. They have been working 50 years on GIS data and map data, etc. Until we build a pilot and we saw that this is working, and now we have live drone data. You can zoom in, look at the car signs, and you can actually count bolts from the drones. You can put in all the map lines, explosives, where we are going to blast the explosives. Also like the model lines of what we are going to build. Everything in one map rendered out in App Farm.
Very cool. All right. Now, every enterprise likes to think they're different. And they are. They're special, like all of us. But they also have a lot of stuff in common. And in particular, when it comes to selecting a no-code platform, there's kind of a number of aspects that always rise to the top of the list. So today we're going to take a quick tour through 8 of those items, plus a bonus one at the end. Now, as we go through this list, you might sit there and think, okay, but we've had all this stuff for ages. We've had code and low-code tools that could deliver exactly all this stuff you're talking about. And while that's true, now we have it in the no-code space, and what I like to call the benefit trifecta of that. So obviously, it's affordable. It's also easy to use. You don't have to be a developer. And it's fast. Okay. So let's get started. Security and privacy. Has to be the #1 item on the list, right? You can't start implementing a no-code platform in an enterprise if you can't tick off all the items on their security checklist. And with security, there are 2 main aspects you need to consider. And the first is the security of the platform itself, the infrastructure it runs on, and all the data that moves around. And the second aspect is the actual software that's created on the platform and the security of that. So let's dig into the first one a bit. All right, how does the provider deliver a secure platform? Okay, so I'm going to run through a quick list here. Where are the data centers located? Do they have geographic redundancy? What are the backup policies like? Do they have security embedded in their development process? What about encryption? Is there frequent security audits and like easy or automated fixes for vulnerabilities? What processes does the platform have in place around responsible disclosure, pen testing? What about ongoing and ad hoc security health checks? And of course, privacy. Are they GDPR compliant? Where does the data go? Who are the sub-processors? And maybe most importantly, is all this information easily available and actually understandable to you? And so now the second aspect is about how you as a developer or an organization can build secure apps. And we're going to take a look at that now.
Okay, so I've been quite lucky that I started AppFarm together with a security nerd. So the security has actually been a key part of the development process since the very beginning of AppFarm. And now we of course have a security team dedicated to securing our platform and answering all those questions Aaron just posed. And on the second part of security, building a platform that supports developers to make secure applications is a quite fun challenge. So an app made with AppFarm Create is secure by default, and implementing your own security policies is actually pretty easy, I would say. And we also have a highly configurable login configuration so that you can define how users log into both AppFarm Create and as an end user. And of course, you can enable single sign-on. We implemented multi-layer access control with fine-grained permissions, as you can see here. That enables to operate with the principle of least privilege. And you can also grant users access only to the specific apps, workflows, or data that they require. Again, this applies both to developers within AppFarm Create and to end users. And of course, we offer pretty comprehensive documentation and support on such an important topic.
Infrastructure. Okay. I think this must be one of the best parts of using a no-code platform, right? You got dedicated experts, I won't say nerds, who love this stuff and take care of it all for you. But obviously, to an enterprise, infrastructure, pretty important. They're running their business on this infrastructure. Their apps are on there. So they need to be able to ensure that it's reliable, it's scalable, there's redundancy. And one thing we've noticed over the past few years is that on-premises deployment, even with enterprises, is becoming much less of a factor. And that kind of, as long as they feel like they can access to the resources that they require, if they've got a peak load or something coming up, then they're pretty satisfied.
Okay, so AppFarm Create is fully web-based and delivered as a service. So we manage everything for you. And there is actually no option for on-premise deployment. And our experience is actually that given the right, provided the right governance in place, enterprise customers are overwhelmingly positive to this. And we have also partnered up with Google and MongoDB to power our infrastructure. And we have a dedicated team constantly optimizing and monitoring our cloud operations at all time. And of course, we enforce strict security policies, as we have just talked about. And for many of our customers, shared infrastructure is a very cost-effective solution and enables them to leverage no-code, maybe in a way that they wouldn't be able to otherwise. And for organizations that have stricter requirements for data isolation and security policies, or simply demand the reliability of dedicated resources, we can provide turnkey dedicated infrastructure tailored to those needs. And there is, of course, also auto-scaling, so we use auto-scaling to boost performance during peak loads.
I think we've all kind of started to take it for granted that we can easily collaborate on a document or file and create and edit and revise together to reach a common goal. When it comes to kind of collaboration on a no-code enterprise tool, it can mean a few different things. It could be 2 people working to design a page in an app, or it could be 2 developers working on totally separate apps, but that share a data model and interact with the same database. Or it could be cross-functional collaboration, where you have maybe a back-end automation engineer and a translator and a designer, all working in the same solution to deliver a project. Now, to pull this off, you need to have a platform that can provide administrative control so that you can have clearly defined roles and permissions in order for everyone to be able to kind of fulfill their purpose on the platform.
Okay, so Upfront Create was born collaborative. Actually, we had to sacrifice a couple of features in the early days to ensure developers could work together without the boundaries in a multi-developer experience. So we believe that this provides not only a boost to the productivity, but also a significant boost to the productivity. At all times, you can see who else is active, up in the right corner. And as you build your UI, you can also see which elements other users have selected. And of course, all changes are instantly represented to all the users. And our fine-grained permissions management enables administrators to implement a collaborative model that suits their business. For example, you could define which elements of an app portfolio developers has access to. And whether they can deploy to production, for instance, or edit the data model, or simply update assets. You can also define access levels for external users to collaborate on design and development and testing and internationalization and so forth.
So judging by the companies represented here, I think we can pretty safely say that while building no-code apps is important, being able to build automated workflows and integrations is at least equally as important. So modern application stacks, these days they rely pretty heavily on kind of using APIs to send data in between, trigger webhooks. Then you've got hardware like IoT sensors out in the field that need to push data somewhere. And then it's also pretty common to need to schedule jobs. So to generate a report, send a notification, refresh a token. So we think that supporting these use cases and automation in general is fundamental for a no-code tool in the enterprise.
Okay, so in Upfront Create, you can create something we call services. And you can think of a service as a headless app that runs on the server. And there are a few ways to trigger these services. First, you can receive a call to a service from an external service. So when you design an endpoint, you can specify an HTTP request method like get or post, and send and receive payloads. And in this sense, you can use services as an extremely flexible API builder and design a custom API for your data model. And secondly, you can create a service, you can call a service, from within an app. And this is very helpful when you have multiple apps which is sharing the same logic. You can build the logic once in a service and then run it from the different apps, out of convenience or out of security reasons. And finally, you can trigger a service on a fully customizable schedule. And as I mentioned earlier, you can use services to design a custom API, but it is also possible to turn on GraphQL with a single checkbox. And this provides you with permission-based access to your data from everywhere you want.
Internationalization. I had to shorten it because it didn't fit on the slide. It was too long. This topic is actually quite close to my heart. My first job when I moved to Norway was managing localization projects in a large software company. we developed pretty good routines over time, but there was kind of always some sense of resistance from the developers. They always found it a bit heavy. And always some frustration from the translators. You know, it was always something that wasn't right. And classic example is we deliver a project with 50 languages, all translated for a new update, and then the devs would be like, there's one string we forgot to send in. And then, so you send that back to the translators, they're not happy. And then they're like, we don't have the context, where is this being used? Okay, and it's was just a never-ending, every project. But in a no-code platform, development is so rapid, you need your internationalization and localization to be able to keep up with that. So machine translation, very good these days. How can you leverage that? But also, if you're building mission-critical apps, your translations are probably pretty critical as well. So you need to ensure that you're providing context to translators and those translations are accurate. And too often, internationalization is an afterthought, if it gets thought of at all. So this is just a pilot project, we're not going to worry, or this is a temporary solution until we get the real thing. And then suddenly, you know, this software is a vital component of the organization that everyone relies on. And someone's like, okay, we better translate it, and then it's a massive job.
So actually in App Create, your apps are internationalized by default. So you can configure your base language when you start creating an app with date and number, formatting and everything you need. And then you can add on additional languages as you need. And when you add a component to the UI, we automatically extract user-facing source text. And this text is presented as a part of the internationalization interface, as you can see here, with context. And you can also, of course, translate from here. But it is also possible to get help from machine translations like Google Translate, as Aaron mentioned. And as a developer, you can quickly start to translate your apps so that you can, without involving translators, of course, and then you can start to identify possible issues like overflowing text and things like that. And when it's time to finalize the translation, you can create specific roles for translators or subject matter experts so that they can come in and edit and review the translations. They can see all existing translations and see how a string is used in a context of the app. And it is also possible to download the strings and import it into a translation management system to leverage organizational translation memory and ready-made glossaries before you import it back into App Create.
So maybe you know that Norway has a lot of mountains, big, beautiful mountains, all the way up and down the country. And I kind of think that when a Norwegian sees a mountain, they think two things. One, it would be nice to hike up and ski down that mountain. And number two, we should build a tunnel through it. There's over 1,200 road tunnels in Norway. So you can imagine that kind of that focus and expertise on tunneling is pretty important in the construction industry. And from the Skanska video we showed just before, it involves a lot of explosions. They go in, blow up part of the mountain, and then they have to secure the tunnel and extract the rock. As they do that, they're putting bolts into the rock and putting down concrete, and they have to record all of that because the bolts they put in and the concrete they lay down, that's how they get paid. So it's not an overstatement to say that being able to record all this data is business critical. But how do you use your app on a phone or a tablet to record that data and send it back to your reporting software when you're deep inside a mountain? Or anywhere the network coverage is poor, unreliable, or non-existent like out at sea? Let's see.
Okay, so to address these issues, we build support for offline apps. And this means that with a few adjustments to your mental model and how you build your web apps, you can turn it into an app that works both online and offline. But, of course, there is no silver bullet when it comes to building advanced offline applications. But as a no-code platform, it is pretty crucial to offer the building blocks and the developer tools to solve these important challenges around an offline application. So this is, for example, data consistency. You need to maintain data consistency between offline and online systems without losing your data. And there is versioning, so managing different versions of the app and ensuring that you can synchronize data across different versions. And of course, there's always user experience. So the user experience should be pretty seamless, whether they're working online or offline, or if they're transitioning in between the two states.
So one of the promises of no-code is the speed at which you can develop and deploy, right? I mean, take a look at our website. It's definitely something we promote. And in the beginning, you can move fast and break things. But when you've deployed to production and you're making changes to those business-critical apps and APIs, you need to have clear workflows for testing and approval. You need a way to be able to communicate what's being changed and schedule an update. And one-click deployment is nice, we have it. But what about when you stuff up? Because you will, get those messages that start ticking in that someone can't log in or some data didn't get saved. They're not pleasant. And mistakes can happen during development too. You get something working and then you come in the next day, make a few changes, and it doesn't work anymore. So you need to be able to rely on those clear processes all the way through the app development lifecycle. Because when things inevitably go sideways, you need to be able to dust yourself off and recover and get things working again.
So, as you're building an app in App Create, you're in the context of the development environment. So changes are deployed instantly and you can get an instant preview of your app with hot reloading. So there's no waiting for code to be generated and published because of our interpretive approach to no-code. So when you're ready for your app to move on to the next stage of the development process, we have three additional environments that you can deploy to. It's test, staging, and production. And it takes just a click to deploy your changes to the next environment. So the test environment is isolated with its own database and its own isolated data. And the staging environment uses the production data so that you can run a last QA test before you put your application to production. And additionally, API keys and integration endpoints can be defined per environment so that you don't push test data to production APIs and so forth. And in the event of a serious bug or any problem, we have a feature we call snapshots. And these are a type of backup that automatically captures the state of your app in a point of time. And that's UI logic and, of course, your data model. And when you need to, you can reapply a snapshot and your development environment will instantly revert back to that point in time, just like a time machine.
Okay, so I know this is a no-code conference, but we're going to talk about code for a little bit. Hope they don't kick us off stage or anything. Now, no-code is often about familiarizing yourself with constraints. You drag and drop a pre-built integration or UI component. You do a bit of configuration, and that's it. Okay, there's some things you just can't build with no-code, right? But the thing is, there are some kind of business or industry-specific use cases that will never make sense for a no-code platform to implement. But don't you think it's a shame for those businesses to have to miss out on the benefits of no-code? So for example, maybe you have a data set in Mapbox and you want to integrate that data directly into your app. Perhaps you have a 3D model of a building under construction and you want a way to highlight the vital structural components. Or maybe you want to integrate video conferencing. These are all real use cases that have been implemented with App Farm Create.
Okay, so we have solved this issue in App Farm Create using something we call coded component. It enables developers to build entirely custom and, of course, interactive UI components while still retaining seamless access to all your app's data and all your application's logic. So this is the previous slide shows, I guess it's a Mapbox or something. Yeah. And inside of Create, it looks like this. So a very important aspect for us when we designed the coded component was to make it sure it feels like a first-class citizen in our component library. So while we hope that developers can achieve the vast majority of what they want to build without using coded component, when they actually do use it, it should be as easy to use and as flexible as the rest of the UI library. And beyond coded component, we also support JavaScript to display calculated values, to set data values, and you could also import JavaScript libraries into your app and run your own code as a part of the logic. So while you can build pretty complex and capable apps and services in App Farm without using code, we do support JavaScript where we think it makes sense.
Alrighty, it's already time for the bonus round. Well done. Now, when an enterprise is selecting a no-code platform, there's lots of capabilities that they can go through and tick off the list. Yes, we've got that and we've got that. But this one, flexibility, it's a bit intangible. Okay, but we think it's important. Right? When you're building up the competence and knowledge of a platform in your organization, that's a big investment. So you need to know that it's going to be worthwhile. And you need to be certain that the platform will be able to solve problems across the business, up and down, for internal use cases and public facing as well. So how do you measure flexibility? Well, the good news is I have an answer. Our opinion is that a flexible platform leads to happy developers. Provided that is, that flexibility doesn't come at the cost of productivity. You need a platform that allows for freedom of expression while providing the standard components and guardrails that no-code platforms have. So to understand flexibility, we need to get the developer perspective. Do developers enjoy building on the platform? Because if they do, they will build remarkable things. And a platform that ticks off all the items on your list but has developers banging their head against the wall is going to cost you a lot in the long run.
So, as we develop App Farm Create, the developer experience is obviously in the forefront. So how does this change or this new feature contribute to positive developer experience? And how can we make developers more productive and happier and more impactful? So we want App Farm Create to be a joy to use, and of course we want to provide the developer with superpowers. So our aim is to combine the beauty of modern front-end builders with the capabilities and powers of traditional local platforms. So a big part of the developer experience for us is having the flexibility to create whatever you want. But providing flexibility does come with some risks. It is possible to make design decisions that result in an app that is not very performant or is somehow misconfigured. So to support this kind of flexibility, we have built a couple of important features into AppFarm Create. So during development, we can guide users to make better apps through real-time analysis of the application model. We provide in-app dev tools, as you can see here. This is a screenshot from the client, the end user application, with the developer tools at the bottom. So through this developer tool, you can inspect your data and debug your logic. And we have something we call reference check. So you can see how any item in your UI or logic or your data model is connected to the entire solution. And the reference check also runs automatically when you try to delete something, just to prevent broken references. And you can also run it yourself to identify where everything is used inside your solutions. And as a part of the developer and testing process, we also recommend using something we call App Health, which is a concept where you, with one click, generates an overview of errors and warnings and provides you with useful tips on how to improve, for instance, your performance. But the best way to highlight the flexibility, I would say, of this platform is to show you some examples of what our customers have made with AppFarm Create.
So first up, we've worked with a customer called Virka. They're the largest union in Norway for companies in the trade and service industries. As a business, you can sign up and you get kind of access to resources that help you run your business. For example, a guide to labor law. Sounds fun, right? So let's see what they were able to build in collaboration with AppFarm and deliver to their 25,000 members.
AppFarm started and got the sketches from our design company, and they actually just started to make the data model, user experience and functionality. And they started with 2 developers in September, and already in February we were ready to launch after they tested the product.
I løpet av veldig kort tid hadde de løst det, og mye fortere enn det vi hadde forventet eller var vant til.
We were surprised by the development speed, so we had to adjust our internal decision-making process. There were many things that need to be answered to keep up with the speed of the development.
I tillegg så fikk vi ganske mye brukerdata som vi ikke hadde hatt før. Så vi kunne se hvordan brukeren oppførte seg og hvilke temaer de var interessert i. Og vi tror jo at når vi har et helt økosystem av produkter som henger sammen både teknisk og visuelt, så vil det gi en mye høyere verdi for brukeren.
We are continuously working to optimize our processes in Virka for the benefit for our members. But what we know is that what we have achieved today and what we are planning to achieve wouldn't be possible with the traditional software that is in the market today.
So, as you got a little glimpse and hint of here, AppFarm Create give you full freedom of expression when it comes to the UI. And of course, with full support for responsive design. Because we think that the user experience is quite often forgotten when it comes to enterprise apps, but business users, we think, appreciates an interface that works smoothly and looks nice just as much as anyone else.
Now I really wanted to show you another video, but I'm informed that we're rapidly running out of time. So unfortunately we have to skip this one, but I'm sure it'll be up on the website and everything soon. Yes, there we go.
Aaron, I guess we have 5 more minutes, so we might manage to run the last video.
4 minutes.
4 minutes, okay.
We've got to have some time for questions. Okay. So we're wrapping up. Not long until the party starts, right? Want to give a quick shout out to one of our customers tomorrow who's going to have a talk at 2 o'clock. Bevart, they make a really cool art monitoring system called Custodian that uses IoT and data and things, and it's super interesting, so I really recommend you check it out and get kind of a bit of a different insight. And obviously come and talk to us at our stand if you want to get a demo and have a chat.
Or just if you think this water bottle is pretty neat.
Get some free stuff.
Yeah.
And finally, we're pretty excited to be able to offer everyone here a 30-day free trial of App Farm Create. So just scan the QR code, fill in the form, and you'll be in the system. Or again, come visit us at our stand and we'll sort it out for you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aaron and Simon. I hope you enjoy your time in France. And don't hesitate to visit their booth. It's one of the gold one next to Allegria. Just so you know, in 15 minutes, we are going to start a new concept here on the master stage. It's called the startup pitch. It's really interesting if you want to stay. There's going to be like an award ceremony after that during the party tonight. So see you there.
premier logiciel de gestion complet 100% NoCode. Les modules CRM, vente, achat, stock sont décrits en NoCode pour apporter une souplesse unique sans programmation. Et vous pouvez vous-même ajouter ce nouveau champ dans votre ERP. Ça y est, c'est déjà fonctionnel. Syndicat vous permet de modifier les formules de calcul vous-même et de façon intuitive. Simplifiez-vous la vie en ajoutant des traitements automatisés. Cela vous permettra de remplacer des tâches répétitives et gagner en productivité.
Our team didn't need a new way to work. We needed a smarter way, so we switched to SmartSuite. SmartSuite helps us manage every process in our company. It makes our work simpler, smoother, and, well, smarter. SmartSuite isn't just another task management program. It's a work management platform that allows us to collaborate right where the work is being done. Not only can we assign tasks, set priorities, and manage workflows, we can even track company goals, perform analytics, and share data with different teams and departments. It's super easy to use, totally customizable, and with over 150 templates to choose from, there's a process for every project. It even comes in 15 different languages. Best part? I don't need a million open tabs and random programs just to do my job. It's all right there. We use SmartSuite to manage everything, and I mean everything. Sales, marketing, HR, customer support, product development, project management, just to name a few. With SmartSuite, getting our work done is so much easier that we're getting more work done and enjoying what we do, too. It's no wonder our entire company is on board. So switch to SmartSuite and work smarter, not harder. Give it a try at smartsuite.com. Any process, any industry, one platform.
Wherever you are full of ideas. Ideas to change your life, your community, and your world. Our mission is to equip people just like you to become active creators. Now is the time to turn your idea into an app. Let's build something great together.
Create custom mobile apps without code on Thunkable.
What if you could push a button and see your website traffic and conversion increase instantly? Discover Weglot and the impact of translating your website. Add a language switcher in minutes and start getting visitors from all over the world with your multilingual website. Easily manage your translations with your team or professional translators. Weglot, the easiest way to translate your website.
Build custom applications for your unique business needs faster using our intuitive drag-and-drop interface. Integrate with an ecosystem of 500 plus applications and perform actions without needing to write a single line of code. Visualize your data and gain insights on the go using analytics. Automate your business processes using blueprints to solve complex issues in real time from anywhere in the world.
logiciel de gestion complet 100% no-code. Les modules CRM, vente, achat, stock sont écrits en no-code pour apporter une souplesse unique sans programmation. Et vous pouvez vous-même ajouter.
Hello. Hi, so this year at the NoCode Summit, we introduced a new concept which is called the startup pitch. Basically, we are going to present you 4 startups that has been selected before, and the jury that is going to be presented just after is going to vote for the winner. So to animate this new concept, please welcome Aude from Eldorado. Give her a warm welcome.
Hi everyone, and welcome to the startup pitch of the NoCode Summit 2024. First, a big thank you for your presence. I know it's been an intense day for everyone. Also, a special thanks to SFPN for allowing us, Eldorado, to collaborate on this fantastic event. So I will introduce myself briefly, and then I will introduce Eldorado, and then I'm going to let place to the pitch and to the entrepreneurs. So I am Aude de Lépine, I am managing partner at Eldorado, and Eldorado is a consultancy firm dedicated to the tech ecosystem. So our mission is to assist entrepreneurs in their financing strategies, such as fundraising with private investors, such as banks loan, BPI loans, grants, etc., or tax credits, through our team of experts. We also create many contents, educational and analytical contents about VC ecosystem and startups. So if you want to learn more, I invite you to just take a look to eldorado.co or to come to chat with me after. I will be around, and our office is just on the left of the master stage, so do not hesitate. So today with me, there is 3 other juries. 3 experts in the no-code and low-code ecosystem, and I will let introduce themselves. So can you join me? Yes, you can come. Sorry for the slide. You can come here. Yeah. Thank you.
We have to switch the...
Yeah.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Pierre, the president of the SFPN and co-founder of Cube, a group of an agency and a school that train on no-code tools.
Hi, I'm Fabian. I'm the CEO at Make, and we are a visual no-code workflow automation platform.
Hi everyone, I'm Teresa, and I am the country manager or region manager for North America at NC Scale, which I'm sure you've been hearing a little bit about this morning and this afternoon. And we work towards observability and monitoring for your entire no-code stack.
Thank you very much. You can, thank you. Thank you, you can, thank you, you can go to your, yes, okay. So just to remind you the program today, we're going to discover or rediscover 4 startups. Each startup will have 5 minutes pitch and 3 minutes of Q&A with the jury. And then there will be the first prize, but it's not at 7, it's at 6. So let's go to the pitch. And to begin, I'm going to invite Chloe to join on the scene.
Okay, time start. Hi, welcome to Cluey. It was built with no code for all the no-code developers all over the world. So let's talk about time tracking. Or not, because what can be interesting in another boring tracking app? You probably hate it, right? But how about project profitability, effectiveness, positive cash flow? You know, there are over 3 million Bubble developers all over the world. And these are only the Bubble numbers. With other tools, there are even more. And hundreds of no-code agencies. And this is growing and growing. And they all need to manage their business, right? To manage their cash flow, their profitability, and growth. And the solution for that is Cluey. Cluey automatically tracks time spent on your no-code projects. What does it mean? Well, Cluey connects to your no-code editors and provides you with a beautiful dashboard, breakdowns that you can track and measure. How? Well, all you need to do is to install the Chrome extension into your browser, and then Cluey, not automatically, but automagically, tracking time and extends that information about what was the details of the project. For example, in Bubble, to break down with design, workflows, data styles. If you work in Bubble, you probably know this breakdown. We started with Bubble, but we are still growing and extending this with front-end tools and also back-end tools like Make, Xano, or Supabase. So you can track many of tools. What's the difference between the typical time tracking, you may ask? Well, we work in the niche. We are the no-code tracking tool for no-code developers. That means that you have the really detailed breakdown on your no-code projects, not only that you've been working on the Bubble or Xano or Make, but the detailed breakdown on what you've been doing in the projects. That's the huge difference, right? And why no-code? Well, our story also started with no-code. The whole Cluey is also built with Bubble and Xano, so we are also no-code developers, and we know the problems of the industry. And we've just launched. We are a super new startup. We launched in June with a private beta, and over 100 early signups for that beta from no-code freelancers, mainly coming from Twitter private invitations. And what's interesting, 15% of them already paying for the app. They found it interesting. But the most important thing that the users really love the app, right? They love they don't need to track time manually, that improves development times, that it helps track time. We got a lot of five-star ratings. But there is more. I was talking about the freelancers, but this October, right after the conference, we are launching the agency plan for the teams and agencies, which can be more interesting. And this plan comes from the talks, one-on-one interviews from the agencies. We've already have a waiting list from a couple of agencies that are willing to try our agency plan and use it as a tool, not to track, but to measure, to get information about the project cash flow, project profitability. Because our goal, our ultimate goal, is to provide each no-code agency with cash flow and management tool using tracking data and AI predictive models. So you may say another startup is talking about AI. It has to be somewhere in the presentation, right? But for us, AI is just a tool, right? We have built some predictive models on our own, and right now they are powered with open AI GPT summaries. By we, I mean our team. We are building with the team of 2. My name is Tom. I'm the entrepreneur with over 20 years of experience in the industry. And also I'm Bubble certified developer working on the whole tech stack. And Greg, my co-founder, he's a full professor at the Institute of Applied Computer Science. He's responsible for our AI models and AI backends. Speaking about the money, our current stage, we are after our seed round. We've raised over 250K just for building the tool. But what's important, we are already cash flow positive thanks to no-code stack, right? We are building with no-code, we are making it lean. So if you want to join our journey, we will be raising our next round soon, so just catch me up. You can visit the webpage. You can catch us here at the conference. And you can visit our stand. It's Pod P5 and play a game. It's a reflex game. And many of you already played it today. Because we believe that, you know, no-code is not only the business, it should also be fun. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tom. Thank you. I'm just going to... yeah, no, it's okay. Keep it. So now we have like between 3 and 4 minutes if the jury have got some questions. So I'm going to see you, jury.
I think we have a mic.
Yeah. Okay, you got the mic. Perfect. Thank you.
I don't know.
I'd be curious to understand a bit. Sorry, it's still okay. Now it's better. Yeah. I'd be curious to understand a bit about the more long-term vision of where you want to get this going forward.
The vision of the future. You know, we started with tracking time. Once we get the information about time, from that we can get information about the project profitability, getting hourly rates from the developers. The agency owner can get also the information about the effectiveness of people. He can measure it and he can easily predict how to price the project in the future. Because even if you are working in agency as with fixed price projects, you need to measure the time spent to predict how to price the project in the future. So for the pricing, for the cash flow, for the predictiveness of the business.
Thank you.
Maybe a quick question. What was the most difficult issue you had to address until there, technically or business?
Technically, the amount of data we are gathering, because you know we are gathering a lot of data about the time spent, about the details of the projects. So this is why we started with Bubble, and then we moved the backend to Xano to be able to handle a lot of data. And right now, it's easily scalable to handle a lot of MR. So this was the biggest issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi. Great presentation. Thank you. I have 2 questions, I think. The first one is, you said that you started by integrating with editors, so Bubble, Webflow, and so on. And then you said that you're moving towards also workflow automation tools, like Make.
Yeah.
I was interested to know why you made that choice, and how can you compare, in terms of performance, 5 minutes on Bubble and 5 minutes on Make? It's completely different tools. How can you tell the agency or the freelancer, this translates to this much cash, this translates to this productivity?
So the goal is maybe not to compare Make versus Bubble, but to provide the agencies which are, for example, having the front end on WeWeb and the back end on automations on Make, to be able to connect this into one project and track it all together. And we divide it into, you know, the projects that's divided into the tools that the agency knows that they spend this time on front end and this time on the external back-end tools. So we treat the front end and back-end tools separately, not to compare them, because as you said, it's uncomparable.
Right. Okay, so it doesn't necessarily translate into how much you saved or made from these tools. It's more about how you're managing your own time.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And maybe I didn't see it, or I was writing when it happened, but did you show a wireframe or GIF or video of what the dashboard actually looks like?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
We can scroll back if we have time. So it was at the beginning. So the dashboard. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So the dashboard. I mean, the app is fully functional. So you can try it on. You know, the dashboard looks like this. This is the breakdown of all the projects. And you can get into the detailed view of the project to have a detailed breakdown on what you've did.
Okay. Yeah. Is it possible to then filter by tool or by action item or by project? Well,
yeah, you can. Yeah, you can filter through. You can go through the top, the projects, then the project itself, then the sessions divided into the tools.
Okay. All right. Very clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you very much. And now let's talk about hyperautomation. with MindFlow.
So hello everyone, I'm Paul Arthur, I'm the co-founder and CEO of MindFlow. So we are enabling hyper-automation within the enterprise. We were created 2 years ago. We are almost 40 people, and what defines us with my co-founder is that we are passionate about product as enabler. Just to give you a few words, my first business was I created it when I was 12 years old. I have a disability and I use it and create it thanks to NoCode. And my co-founder was doing like complex bank fraud detection and in a SaaS environment. And what we wanted to achieve is like how we make NoCode enterprise ready, and especially the automation. Last year, we were most promising tech French startup in Station F by Rothschild. We won lots of prizes, and we will be happy to convince you as of today. So what does it look as of today? The tool sprawl within enterprises. This is only security. You have the same in IT, you have the same in cloud. All these tools are not connected. They are always super hard to manage because they update each of them every week, every day, and this is a complete nightmare to automate. So what do you do? As of today, you have silo in companies and people use tickets to talk with each other. And then it's almost impossible. In security, there is 3 million talents missing, and on the other side, there are 11,000 alerts per day, and only half are checked. So you would say you need to automate. But the thing is that to go from click ops, copy-paste, to automated ops, it's much more difficult than we think it is. The thing is, if we look like within cybersecurity, since 5 years, the second biggest problem after talent shortage is automation and orchestration. It does not work. Why is that? Is that on one side you have people that own the processes, that know how to do things, and the people, even if they are cybersecurity engineer, they do not know how to code. This is one thing. But the other thing is that the enterprise platforms that were created as of today, they have a poor user experience, they are bonded with a set of connectors that does not scale, so you need to create automation with coding and scripting on top of this tool. They are constrained collaborations, they are not made for governance to break the silo, to create experts, it does not work. And then you have the generalists. They are good, but they are struggling in the way to automate the full complexity of the enterprise ecosystem. All these tools that I've shown before, and bringing the capacity of enterprise dev within NoCode. So what's new? We did create a platform of automation that is made for enterprise, from the security to the business. It's powerful automation made simple, with expert and non-expert all together that can use our platform. So come have a look, it's super easy to use it, and you will be able to go really deep within the platform. Really deep because we are completely connected with all the services you may leverage when you are a developer. So 100% of AWS, 100% of GCP, 100% of Azure. It's already 50,000 sets of action. What we do is that we have a business model that's with the value we create. This is not pricing for makers that you may see, but it's like we are doing tickets of average 50K to our clients. And we are launching a community edition because we want to empower the people, empower the startup to also leverage the values they can use with our tool. We are using by top players with being launched this year, such as Thales, Doctolib, and Colas, Auchan, on many complex topics in production environment, on mission-critical workflows. And what set us apart as of today is that we were one of the first, is not the first, platform that is fully security compliant, ISO 27001, SOC 2 Type 2, that enable to leverage like AI generative workflow within the organization, So we have a full team of data scientists that are currently working and doing breakthrough innovation in the topic. We'll keep going to innovate. Super happy to show you what we achieved. Just to tell you, we'll be doing 1 million ARR under 12 months after launching. We have 5 million euro in the bank as of today. That will allow us to still hire 20 more talents to scale the AI, build a rockstar style motion that is a bit different than doing product-led growth, and having a strong marketing image. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Anatole. So let's go for the question of the jury.
Thank you for the presentation. How do you see the French market?
The French market? French market, so basically the no-code player as of today, they are talking to business people, and we did from the start talk with technical people. Engineers in cybersecurity, cloud operation people, IT people, and we hear in lots of talk that they are not ready to jump into no-code because there is a so-called tooling that goes soft without having proper rule of development, shadow IT. The thing is that they are completely ready to embrace no-code when they see what no-code is about. So if you are ready for working on public cloud, you are SaaS aware, which is almost like all players as of today, you are ready to leverage no-code. And so we feel the market that is mature enough to understand that they cannot do otherwise than using tools like Mindflow.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I wanted to follow up on what you said about targeting IT managers first. They are the gatekeepers to the budget of most companies, so you're skipping a lot of steps by going directly to them, which is really, really clever. I would also say IT managers are the most skeptical profile for a salesperson to target. I'm from sales, so I've been through it. I wanted to know, them being that skeptical, how do you approach them? Are you doing free trials? How do you make them trust your tool? And how long does it take you from first pitch to closing the deal?
So just enterprise, SaaS, cybersecurity, we do as the market 12 to 18 months. It takes the time with the procurement and so on. However, it can be tested fast. The thing is that every one of these IT people, they know what is missing within the process. They know what could be automated. So it's really, really easy when you show the product to directly have some impactful use cases that will make sense. They are skeptical, but when you have half of your alerts that are checked, this is a big issue. When you have many people that goes away of your company because they are doing repetitive, mundane, stupid tasks, this is a big issue. When you don't find the talents that will do the operation, it's a big issue. So it's not a choice, basically. So they are skeptical, but it goes fast that they understand the value.
All right, thank you.
Super exciting, thanks for sharing. I guess I understand a little bit about your business.
Yeah.
I'd be curious, since you're coming in with large tickets into large organizations, how do you think about adoption and usage in the organizations that you're selling to?
You want to break the silo. Will you break them with the product by itself, or will you break them with the customer success team? So when you start with a team, what makes the fast adoption? You always need a champion, we believe, because it makes things much easier. And then how do you make people understand the value with what they can do with the tool? What we see as a way to increase the adoption is a way to project the people within the use case. They may be impactful really fast. So AI plays there. You can project the people with lots of use cases that make sense. So that's it. It goes naturally when you break the silo also. So in security, when you have a detection, often the remediation is made by the IT team. So the cybersecurity team finds the alert, the IT team remediates that. If you want to answer really fast, you need to work with both teams. So they need to onboard on the tool together. This makes, and so many use cases are like that. If you want to be efficient, you need to break the silo.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nathan. So let's go for the third startup. Thank you. I invite Sami to join the scene to present you Temple.
Sorry, it's technical hiccups. You know, even with no code, it's not always safe.
Sorry about it. Let's go.
So I guess we can get started. So I'm Sami from Temple. I'm the founder of Temple. I'm from Paris. And I actually got the idea of creating Temple during the COVID lockdown. I was not really stuck at home because all the restaurant owners basically were calling me. They were in a sort of survival mode. They wanted sort of to stay away from the big platforms like such as Deliveroo and Uber Eats, and they really wanted to get together in order to offer an alternate experience, because like I said, they thought that they wanted to survive, and the big platforms were eating up too much of their profits. And so we help them out. We sort of put together a platform that would do exactly like Deliveroo and Uber Eats, that will handle delivery, that will regroup all the restaurants. But because like there was a time, as you know, like in a startup, there was a time to market. We delivered maybe a bit too late vis-a-vis the big platforms, and Deliveroo and Uber Eats here in Paris win the day. But you know, from that, like, you know, in startups, you always learn from a failure, and I like Djokovic, like the tennis player, which I like, he's always resilient, you know? He fails when he comes back. So I said, so I sort of sat back, thought about what went wrong, and I thought like it took too much time basically to put together the platform. And also what I realized, that restaurant owners, although we were trying to regroup together, it took ages for them to convince their colleagues to join in on the platform. So hence the idea of creating temples. So in order basically to erase all the difficulty, the major obstacles you have when you're trying to do a collaborative e-commerce, which is basically putting very fast a platform, not to be encumbered with technical issues. And the solution was Temple, which basically is an e-commerce no-code generator, because we wanted to make it simple and not take ages to build a platform. That's why if you will, the motto of Temple is marketplaces in minutes. And we built that solution in about like 6 months, because we had that past experience with the restaurant platform. So what Temple does, it allows you to build a marketplace platform like a la Miracle, but also with doing the front end. So it's an end-to-end no-code solution. So where you can bring all the different sellers together, and we operate, if you will, the whole end-to-end solution from the front end to the back end, including payment, shipping, having a sort of a variety of catalogs, and be able to set up the UI in our no-code builder. So that was, if you will, the motto and the story behind Temple. We are just out of the MVP, but we were able to also acquire customers. So in 2 weeks from now, we are going to release 2 e-commerce marketplace platforms. One that basically is it's a B2B platform between a marketplace operator and that is going to sell cosmetics to beauty parlors, and also one that's basically addressing the African community in Europe, where people will be able to buy African-based product, whether food or cosmetics, from that platform. And also because our platform is not only dedicated to physical goods, but also to services. We're going also to release next month a platform which will be like the Airbnb for booking castles, because of the growth of home working. Companies now want to have their people get together, and then they will be able to have them go to exclusive locations such as castles, and we'll be able to deliver that in basically a single manner. So what we built really until, because during the NoCode Summit, we just released our MVP. So from our roadmap, not only because we want to facilitate the whole e-commerce complexity, especially the marketplace complexity, but like I told you earlier, it's not easy to recruit vendors. Even once you go into sort of a collaborative mode, it takes ages. So what we want to take advantage of AI is to be able to have either vendors get together, but also to be able to recruit them across the networks a la LinkedIn. And also, which is very important, like in e-commerce, to have like the catalog, whether it's a service catalog or a physical product catalog, to improve the editorial quality of the catalog, because it's part of the whole sell process. So what I'm going also to end my demo is to show you, because we built, you know, like for our MVP release, we built a fictitious marketplace, which you can see right here. It's a clothing. We wanted to make it generic, because clothing appeals to everyone. We all want to get dressed. So this is the results of what we have basically been doing. So you see all the categories and the different brands that are part of that fictitious marketplace. And what I want also to show you, it's a marketplace that was recently released. This one is fully live, and it was built using Shopify as the front end, and Miracle, which is the big marketplace player in France and in Europe, in the world. And with a digital agency building a connector between Miracle and Shopify. And basically what we are offering is an alternate solution. Obviously, it's a big budget tag, and with the benefit of no-code and a SaaS solution, we make it accessible to people that really want to go into that space, to make it not only affordable, but we'll be able to accelerate and facilitate their growth.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sami.
So, if you have any question?
Maybe, thank you very much, very exciting. Would like to understand a bit about the team? Do you have co-founders? Are there any team members? How are you thinking about
we are currently 8 people. So I'm the founder. I'm taking care of the product roadmap with Usam. He must be somewhere here. Usam is our CTO. So we have a team of because it's a complex. So we really put emphasis at the beginning to build the MVP on the developer team, and we have also as part of a permanent staff a graphic UX designer. Because it's very important to have facilitate the user experience, not only on what I show you when I show you the fictitious marketplace, but also regarding our dashboard and marketplace builder. So we put the emphasis on basically the development team. So when there's one team that is taking care of all the backend, it's all done for people interested in Golang microservices and using React and Next.js as the front end. And now, since like the MVP is out and we're starting to acquire customers, we're going to move, as you put it, like sales is important, and we're going to move into sales. Taking advantage of the SaaS and also the complexity of selling on the SaaS platform.
Very interesting. And when you say now you're targeting or you're starting to go more into a sales direction with the team as well?
Yes.
Who are you targeting as your
I think right now we are targeting, especially when you are sort of out of the... I'm not targeting the big players that say Miracle, even like Shopify Plus, as going after. We are targeting entrepreneurs from all walks of life. Like someone I hope, a big player that I hope to complete is a cosmetic company, a very large cosmetic company here in France. But they want to also to move into the lifestyle. So we are really targeting entrepreneurs, people that are creators, that basically they want to give it a try, they have entrepreneurial ideas, because I think that's what basically held that group of restaurants back, because they thought it was too expensive, they ran out of budget. We want really to make it accessible so that ideas could come into fruition rapidly, and these entrepreneurs can grow their business. And in the second step, I'll probably go after digital agencies, because we'll make it like templates so they can customize the way we want to. So right now, our first sales target, entrepreneurs, like I said, they could be small students, they could be like that cosmetic company, they have a turnover of 400 millions a year. So, but they have all that entrepreneurial spirit, and they want basically a tool that is quickly, basically, to put them out to the market doesn't require complexity to manage, because e-commerce platform, and that's what, to be candid, that's what also made very profitable the business of Miracle. So they have the big guys with large IT teams, and it makes them very appealing because they can sort of encompass the different teams. Like we are sort of targeting in terms of business more agile teams.
Thank you, Sami. And then, last but not least, thank you. Please welcome Patrick from CodeJet.
Hi there. Okay. So can we switch to presentation? No. Oh, it's here? Yes, you don't have to change. Hi there. So basically, we are doing Figma to Code startup, which, being specific, is owned by me and Sebastian. I'm the CEO, and at the age of 16, I started my own software agency, which made $40K per month and employed about 25 employees. And my co-founder is Sebastian. He is a software architect. He is here, and he has about 8 years of experience in the this particular in IT, let's say. So we started in December 2022, and basically in 5 months we created Figma to Code Converter, which in 1 month gathers 6,000 users and 20 million lines of converted code, as well as the product hunt of the day and product hunt of the week badge. And the thing that I believe users love us so much, so the issue, the reason why the users love us so much is that we really help them solve the issue of the thing that they spend too much time on front-end development. And the process looks for now in this way. So firstly, UI designer has to design how the app should look like. Then the coder needs to translate each element component by component from Figma to code. Afterwards, the backend needs to be integrated. And lastly, the app needs to be launched. This process takes a lot of time. Our competition tried to solve this issue in a few different ways. They are, for instance, indirect platforms, as you can see, like Bubble and so on, which can help you with designing and then deploying the platform. However, they cannot give you the possibility to download the code and generate the code, essentially. And on the other side, you have low-code platforms, such as, for instance, Teleport HQ, Anima, Locofy, and so on, which has problems. On the one side, they tell you that you have to use some of the components, so there is a limitation of components which you can use. And on the other side, the correctness of the code is really low. So we are in the place where we think that we can address most web application, not small landing page. So code should do this process faster, at least 5 times faster. And basically, it works in the way that you need only to copy a link from Figma, paste it to CodeJet, and then you generate the code which you just need then to generate to connect to the backend. And lastly, you need to launch the app. Our AI detects components of Figma, and there are, for instance, like buttons, inputs, and so on. So then we can tag them on our designs and then in the application. And for now, we target 3 groups of users. There are builders, professionals, and enterprises. And I believe that for now, we target the best, let's say, those first 2 groups, so builders and professionals. And it's because we still need to develop a few new features, which we have on our roadmap, which you can see here. For now, we develop Figma to HTML converter, Figma to React converter, and Figma plugin. And in the future, we'd like to do more of, let's say, conversion options, as well as a few new functionalities. And as well, we would like to expand in our revenue and make our product ready for enterprise. Those metrics are for now. How does it look like, essentially? And we'd like to, so there are 10,500 users, 800 weekly active users, 8% 30-day retention rate, and about 79 active users, which are on the platform. And the goals which we'd like to achieve by the end of this year are 500 paid accounts, 3,000 weekly active users, 20%, at least 20% 30-day retention rate, and 5 implementation for enterprises. And so that we are looking for funding. In December 2022, we saved $250K round, and now we are looking for something about $1 million. However, it still depends on the valuation. So we have already committed $150K. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Three minutes for the jury.
Hi, thank you. That was great. My question is about your very last slides on your goals, specifically for the retention rate. What I wanted to ask is, why do you think that retention rate is at 8%? And do you have a concrete plan on getting it to those 20%?
I mean, like for now it's 8% because the user doesn't need to host anything in our app. The users just convert the code and that's it. They have even 20 conversions for free. And I believe to increase the conversion rate, we can, for instance, host some components from Figma or host some code schemes in our tool. We still have some few ideas, and we think that that's the thing which will increase the retention, so user will get more often to our app.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation. What are the main purpose for you and your team in 2024?
In 2024. So I think that it will be mainly, sorry for those slides. I think that mainly raising the runs, that's the one thing. I think that AI is a really big challenge, so developing something which will be competitive on the market. And the last thing would be new markets, new users, because we are for now targeting those builders essentially mainly, and we are preparing landing pages, small web applications. We'd like to prepare more and more bigger applications for our users, so I believe that market fit in one sentence.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very exciting. Do you expect some of these design platforms to build out similar functionalities over time, and how do you plan to then differentiate in the future?
Essentially, I spent last month in San Francisco in Figma headquarters, so I know something about those platforms' ideas on the future. And I believe that Figma and platforms such as Figma has a really big issue with workflows. So the users before designers worked before in Photoshop and tools like this. Now they are working in Figma. So they have pretty same way of work. There is still a mess in these layers. So firstly, as a code jet, we address in the best way the organization and standardization of the design process and the development process. I believe it would be really hard for Figma and tools like this to prepare such a tool for every user, to be useful for every of those 4 million of Figma users. So, you know, I believe that it depends. I don't have a good answer for this.
Okay, thanks for sharing anyhow.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Patrick.
Thank you.
So, thank you, everyone. What a session. It was amazing to discover the speech. A big thank you to the founders and the jury. Now we're gonna let you 10 minutes to deliberate and select the winner of this session. And we come back to announce which of those startups have the first prize. Thank you very much for your participation. Just please, can I have your attention? We're going to announce the prize just upstairs in front of the Jeff Koons statues. Thank you.
So it's the end of the day for us on the master stage. We'll be back tomorrow at 9 with Pierre presenting all the colleges for the SFPN. Thank you all for being with me here today, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Bonjour la régie.
Nice to meet you too. Nice to meet you too.